Okay, I'm stupid. Okay. Sorry, so good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to see you this beautiful morning, and the day promises to be nice and long, so that's why I think we should start, and I will look on time. I'm gonna be like a nudnik today, using a Yiddish term. So our first presenter today is Dr. Christoph Dieckmann, who studied history, psychology, and economy in Göttingen, Jerusalem, and Hamburg. He taught modern European history at Kiel University, worked at the Fritz Bauer Institute in Frankfurt and am Main, and at the University of Bern, Switzerland. At present, he is teaching mostly via Zoom at Haifa University in the Weiss Livnat International Program of Holocaust Studies, and is part of the research group Holocaust in the Ukrainian History Global Initiative. He studied Deutsche Besatzungspolitik in Lithuania 1941-1944, so German occupation policy in Lithuania 1941-42, was published in 2011 and was awarded the Yad Vashem International Book Prize for Holocaust research in 2012. He co-edited this calendar, Heinrich Himmler's 1941-42, published on ghettos in 2009, and the impact of German warfare on mass crimes in 2015. His latest publications are the following. Lithuanian author Ruta Vanagaite held a series of talks with Dieckmann on the common history of Germany and Lithuania in Europe during the Shoah. The talks were published in 2020 and in English in the end of 2021, called How Did It Happen? Understanding the Holocaust. In spring 2022, he edited an edited book together with Arkady Zeltser, was published by Yad Vashem on the relation of Jews and non-Jews during the Shoah in the Soviet Union under the title Distrust, Animosity and Solidarity. So I'm happy to give the floor to Dr. Christoph Dieckmann, and the title is there, you can see it, so please, the floor is yours.
Okay, green. So I would like to make sure that you can hear me. So if I speed up or mumble too much or something, please give me clear signs. Okay? Dear colleagues and friends, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here at Riga University about our common past. My topic today will be Jewish life in ghettos in Lithuania 1941 to 44. Up to 52,000 Jews lived in ghettos in German-occupied Lithuania during the years 42 and 43. After the killing of over 150,000 Jews in the provinces and cities during the second half of 41, by the German occupants and their non-German helpers, a temporary stabilization had set in. We find in Vilnius close to 20,000 Jews. Numbers are from July 42, the ghetto was destroyed in September 43. Kaunas close to 17,400, number from November 41. Šiauliai close to 4,700 Jews, number from May 42. And then in spring 42 we have 15 more small ghettos added to the strip from Weißrutenien, which was added to the Generalkommissariat Litauen. Another 9,400 Jews. So these are the people we're talking about. I would like to present a few thoughts on how to look at this history of the ghettos, which concepts, methods, and terms have been helpful. I will start with an argument on how the trap was constituted. The Jews of Lithuania found themselves in from summer 1941 onwards. Then my first thought on ghettos will be, we must not insulate or isolate the history of the ghetto from its spatial and social context. We should embed the history of the ghettos properly into their context and environment, and then we get a better understanding of the life of ghettoized Jews and also of the non-Jews surrounding the ghetto. My second part on ghettos will relate to life inside the ghettos, framed by the fundamental principle of Lawrence Langer's term, choiceless choices. I will make a few comparisons between the ghettos in Lithuania, and this will highlight the manifold varieties one encounters when looking closely at ghettos, and at the same time, it is made clear that the outcome was the same everywhere. The almost complete annihilation of the Jews. Finally, I wanted to talk about a specific problem. I meant to discuss the question of the fate of the almost 5,000 German Jews who were murdered in the 9/4 in Kaunas at the end of November 41. Even though I had written in my application for this conference that I will talk about that, I will push this question to the discussion. Let me begin with a few remarks on my approach to this history. We all know that the history of the experiences of the persecuted Jews and murdered Jews must be a fundamental cornerstone of our research and writing. Otherwise, we will not be able to analyze the impact of Nazi policy. And yes, we do need the history of the German administration for the reconstruction of the persecution, but we must modify it through the history of the other involved groups. In the Lithuanian case, it's mostly ethnic Lithuanians and the Jews. My starting point would be the trap the Jews in Lithuania found themselves in. There was no way out. For the Jews of Lithuania after June 41, nowhere to go. No possibility of flight, of running away. That's why I have chosen the title Trapped for this presentation. The trap was constituted by the German-Lithuanian cooperation. As we know very well by now, we do not find many Germans in occupied Lithuania between 41 and 44. And yes, the Germans were the most powerful group and dominated the political decisions. But at the same time, they depended on the readiness of the Lithuanians to cooperate with the occupier. Otherwise, Germans would not have had a significant administrative and executive force to implement policy. So throughout the 3 years, 41 to 44, we find that Lithuanian groups often made their own choices, which were not wanted by the Germans, regarding the extent and the range of the Lithuanian cooperation. Now, the most prominent example is the complete failure of the mobilization for a Lithuanian SS unit in spring 1943. Can you hear me? Okay. The archives are full with petitions, memorandums, protests of the Lithuanian administration under the Germans, which criticized German intentions in the fields of agriculture, industry, education, food, health, culture, etc. We do not find protests against the persecution and annihilation of the Jews. I'm recommending to use the categories of power and choice as key categories for the analysis of social relations in the societies we are trying to understand better. So power is understood here as the ability to influence the other groups to do what you want, either voluntary or you force them. The more power you have in practice, and not only on paper, the larger is the range of choices. So power is not something one possesses, but something which evolves as an effect of relations. To give the key example for this argument, we see between 600 to 900 Germans in administrative functions in Lithuania over the 3 years, 600 to 900. And they needed the cooperation of about 20,000 Lithuanian officials. So 600 to 20,000, that is the relation, more or less, for any practical policy. So the Germans had to answer all the time the question of how to preserve the readiness for cooperation by the Lithuanians, which, whilst at the same time needing to exploit in an absolute extreme way the resources of the region, in order to be able to continue with the waging of the war. So I think that this was a central dilemma of German occupation. Central dilemma of German occupation policy throughout Europe, not only in Lithuania. How do you strike a balance between exploitation, extreme exploitation on one side, and stability on the other? How do you strike a balance between terror and force? You force the people by violent means. And how do you keep the willingness to cooperate with you? How do you keep that active? I think it's true for all over Europe, for all occupied territories. From the perspective of the Jews, we see clearly that the cooperation between Germans and Lithuanians put the Jews in a position of complete powerlessness. Jews had no means anymore to influence the overall situation. And I think that this trap is fundamental for our understanding of the history of the ghettos of this area. Usually, including my own work, the history of the ghetto is told as if it would take place on an island. In my study from 2011, I have a few maps printed, and they look like this. Oops, sorry. On the left is Vilnius, in the middle Kaunas, that's Šiauliai on the right. That's from my study. And it seems as if you have this little island swimming in the sea. Yeah? And then I came across the map in Lan Reiser's book from 1974, which is a picture book, 3 huge volumes on Vilna. And you see here, that's the city. And somewhere here, you have little rocks. That's the ghetto. So it's part of this huge city. Yeah? And this visualizes in a way, here now you have kind of zoomed in, and you still see. You have a small ghetto, ghetto 1 and 2 in October, autumn 41, and it's part of this. You don't take it out. It's part of this. So I would say the visualization of the space of the ghetto should look more like this. And we don't just have the island. Ghettos were not an island, they were always part of the cities and shtetls. Just think of the workplaces outside the ghetto, constant traffic. Relations at the workplace to the non-Jews. Provisioning the ghetto depended on the Lithuanian administration of the city, not on the Germans, on the Lithuanian administration of the cities. On the Lithuanian economic institutions, they would provide. I'm not aware of any study of the city administration or the city population which asks what their relations were to the ghetto. Maybe there is, but I have not seen it. And it is clear that the survival of the ghetto population depended on the black markets, on the trade between non-Jews and Jews. So I think we should include a more thorough analysis of the spatial and social surroundings of the ghettos. Didn't the extent of isolation of the ghettoized Jews depend on the reactions of the non-Jewish population, the town population? These reactions made the constant and active exclusion of the Jews from the rest of the society possible. And yes, we do find support, help, solidarity from some individual and small groups. But in all European societies, I would claim, including Germany, there was a tiny, tiny, tiny minority. Let me illustrate what I have in mind by pointing at the so-called Children's Action in Kaunas in spring 1944, in March 1944. The SS had taken over the running of the ghettos from the Soviet administration in autumn 43 and changed them into concentration camps. Now, the Jews in Kaunas had heard about the hunt for the children in Šiauliai in November 43 and were feverishly trying to find hiding places for their children with non-Jews. And it was so difficult. The majority of the 500 Jews overall who survived in hiding inside the territory of Lithuania were children. 500, and the majority of them children. So a few hundred children were actually hidden in the countryside. At the end of March 44, the nightmare became true. While everybody was at work, German SS and 2 Ukrainian units attacked the camp, the former ghetto, with dogs and took over 1,000 children under 12 and 300 elderly Jews. The scenes are indescribable. So the action took also place in the sub-camps. So overall, we have in Lithuania at that point of time 1,800 victims of this action overall. Why wasn't it possible to save more children with the help of non-Jews? Which options did the Jews have? What were their choices? The possibility of survival depended almost completely on choices not of Jews, but of non-Jews. So instead of looking at ghettos as islands, we should look at them with a relational approach. Only the active exclusion by the surrounding society made ghettos possible. And the relations between the ghettos and the outside world continued all the time. So if you have to trace it all the way through, from 41 to 44. Let me illustrate by one more example why I think the outside world should be more included into the analysis of the history of the ghettos. The history of the persecuted Jews was linked to the persecution of other victim groups as well. On 17th of September 1941, a small ghetto in Kaunas was encircled by German and Lithuanian police. 3,000 Jews from the small ghetto were gathered on the Sąjungos Square. A small part of those without the so-called life certificates were already selected and deported. It had already begun. And then this action was suddenly stopped. Major Tornbaum of the 3rd Company of the 11th Police Reserve Battalion, German, who was doing this, had been approached by a motorcyclist, and he received a letter. Jews could now return to their buildings, to their dwellings in the small ghetto, and so they could go back from the place to their homes, and the deported Jews they came back. Now, in the Jewish ghetto narrative, this event was called the Probeaktion. Yeah? I'm not sure how to translate it. Probeaktion is like the Germans tried out whether it functions. As if the Germans had tried out if and how a selection of Jews without work certificate would work. Now, only the inclusion of the fate of the Soviet prisoners of war in Kaunas can give us a plausible explanation of what happened here. At the airport, Aleksotas, Soviet prisoners of war were performing forced labor since the end of July 41. Germans did not feed them, and many of them died. So on the 8th of September, the German Air Force unit in Kaunas received the order to expand the airport rapidly and to use 7,000 laborers for that purpose, among them 4,000 prisoners of war. But the unit made a note in their war diary that from about 20,000 Soviet prisoners of war in Kaunas, not even 10% were fit for work, less than 2,000. Each day, 130 prisoners of war were dying each day. So that's why the German Air Force wanted more Jewish laborers And all this was written in the war diary of the unit in Kaunas, Rüstungskommando. This is the actual background for the stop of the action on 17th of September, and on 19th of September, 2 days later, the Jewish Council in Kaunas started to provide first 1,000 and then 2,000 Jewish laborers for the airport Alexotas, meaning the fate of the Jewish manual laborers was massively influenced by the starvation of Soviet prisoners of war at Alexotas. Next part. I would like to mention a few points of comparison between the ghettos in Lithuania. Comparison. What struck me when researching the process of ghettoization was the incredible extent to which the ghettoization process was a robbery. The extent to which the ghettoization process was a robbery. An anti-Semitic redistribution of property, houses, apartments, money, etc. Waves of robbing Jews continued after the initial ghettoization through further blackmailing and searches. And there are a lot of documents concerning the conflicts who should get the Jewish property. Which one of the German groups? Which one of the Lithuanian groups? And it is very clear that the involvement of ethnic Lithuanians in this process was huge. Institutions and private people participated. And again, this is the same picture everywhere in Europe. I'm not talking here about the robbery of the shooters, of the actual at the pits, no, but of the society as a whole. German occupation made it possible that many became profiteers of persecution and murder. The anti-Semitic consens was such that many would use it for their own enrichment. And yes, the economic situation of ethnic Lithuanians was difficult as well. Yes, poor people, very poor people. But is that a sufficient reason for taking Jewish stuff? So this is not only about personal greed or just exploiting the opportunity. A political concept is recognizable. An anti-Semitic welfare policy. And this is one of the reasons the German occupation policy was relatively stable in Lithuania. There was a common bond of taking from the persecuted Jews, a bond between the occupier and the occupied society. Remember the central dilemma? How do we occupiers manage to keep them on board? This was one of the main means. Only single voices, also from some priests, one has to say, were heard, which condemned as non-Christian and as a sin to take Jewish property. And this is true not only for 41, but also for 1944 and after. Ona Šimaitė, which helped a lot in Vilnius, she wrote, and there's the quote, "A great deal of bitterness," this is 44, great deal of bitterness accumulated within me during the trials and tribulations of recuperating Jewish belongings. The people, meaning the ethnic Lithuanians whom I visited, came from all strata of society, educated and uneducated, Lithuanians and Poles, and all of them parted with Jewish belongings with great difficulty. Jews had given them their property, and now Ona Šimaitė tried to get it back for the Jews. Very difficult. Or didn't return them at all. So Ona Šimaitė, I can't seem to free myself from the feelings of shame and bitterness. Yes, the death penalty for helping Jews was in force in occupied Lithuania. And at least 50 people were murdered because they had helped Jews. So I'm not talking about those who decided not to help, not to become active here out of fear of repression. I'm not talking about those. That's very understandable. I have in mind all those who wouldn't even pose the question. Who wouldn't even pose the question. Life inside the ghettos. What guided Jewish behavior? I think that the care for the family was at the center. Care for the family was at the center. Most decisions taken were meant to support the family as good as possible. The enormous losses, the sufferings, the many traumata, there was no space for grief, no room for anger, no room for fear, no opportunity for immediate revenge and rage. The presence of the need to survive dominated everything. The past and the future had to disappear. You had to numb yourself. So at the same time, Jews were waiting all the time. Waiting for the German defeat and the hope for a new life in freedom. So in difference to life in a concentration camp, Jews in the ghetto had somewhat more room for maneuver, more choices. But I would actually question whether we should use terms like choices or room for maneuvers here. After summer 41, Jews were permanently confronted with choiceless choices. And this deeply paradoxical term, coined by Lawrence Langer, helps me the most to understand the many impossible choices Jews had to make all the time. Confronted with an endless stream of dilemmata without a way out, Jews, and not only the Jewish councils, but all the Jews had to make choices whose price was always too high. We do have a lot of examples of Amidah and Kiddush HaChaim, yes. But also those choices were made within the framework of choiceless choices. Now, this analytical approach means that even in hindsight, even today, after now we know better, there was not the right survival strategy. There was not the right survival strategy. Not for the individual, not for the family, a group, or the ghetto as a whole. And this is the bitter truth. There was no way out unless non-Jews would act. That's why a history of the ghetto should also be a history of the non-Jewish environment of the ghetto. Now, the comparison between the ghettos shows that the basic tactic was the same everywhere. To work for the enemy was the only way to gain time, to contain the murder, to fight the hunger, to get in contact with non-Jews and to have access to black markets. So as many Jews as possible should survive until the end. And then everybody hoped for a miracle at the end. And it was very unclear what would happen. Now, the Jewish council in Kaunas, for example, knew since summer 42 about Belzec, Sobibor, and Majdanek. In December, they heard about Treblinka. Everybody was waiting and hoping for an end of the war and to survive until then. Only very small parts of the armed resistance groups decided to prefer dying while fighting over the care for their own survival. Very small groups. Yeah? All Jews had to permanently trespass most rules set by the Germans. So all the rules that existed had to be permanently broken. In a protocol of a meeting of the Jewish Council in Kaunas on 23rd of December 41, so after the first huge wave of actions, we read in the protocol that Leibgar Funkel, the deputy of Elchanan Elkes, explicitly explains the approach of the council. To pretend life is normal using a strategy of as if. Als ob. As if. As if normal rules were applicable. And knowing that in reality, you permanently have to break the rules. Otherwise, survivals would be impossible. Now, permanent transgression makes you permanently vulnerable. Arbitrary attacks were possible at all times. Normalcy, threat of terror, and terror coexisted closely in Jewish daily life in the ghettos, all at the same time. The personalities leading the Jewish councils were very different from one another. For the surviving Jews, all of them. The involvement of the Jewish police in the deportation of Jews from the smaller ghettos in the southeast is well known. Now again, send them there, you have to do the selection there. But also the Jewish Council in Kaunas did not warn the population about the effect of this so-called Jordanscheine in autumn 41 and distributed them in September 41. The council did not warn the ghetto population about the possible consequences of the selection on Demokratus Square in October 41. In November 42, hostages were selected by the council in Kaunas for the Germans. The same happened in Šiauliai at the same time, November 42. The argument was to prevent something even worse. Now, they were in principle in the position of choiceless choices. Let me conclude. I'm proposing to embed the history of the ghettos more deeply into their surroundings. The ghettos were part of the cities, and it was the relation to the non-Jewish groups which framed their existence. As mentioned above, the trap was thus constituted. And in the daily life of work, hunger, and survival, the options depended not only on Jews, but on non-Jews as well. It seems to me that the often implicit tendency to isolate the ghettos as islands is not very helpful. Again and again, there's a tendency, also today, to make the Jewish councils and the Jewish police responsible for the experiences in the ghetto. I believe this is fundamentally wrong. I consider this notion as an attempt to avoid the bitter truth that we, the non-Jews, in this case Germans and ethnic Lithuanians, were the only ones in positions of power and choices, not the Jews. Thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Christoph. And it's time for questions and comments. Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. It is hard to hear, right? Yeah, sorry. One comment and one question. The comment, you said that within the ghetto societies, the past and the future had to disappear, that people had to become numb. And I'm not sure if I agree with that, because I found so many diaries and sources where people were actually active in connecting their activities to their past and to the future, to create this kind of like counter world, to create some world which was connected with humanity. So I would really stress that it was not about forgetting. Actually, they needed to connect activities with the future, with the possible future, to have hope. So that was a comment. And then the question, well, you didn't talk about these deportations of German Jews to Kaunas now. And I think you wanted to do so, but you didn't have time. So I would like to ask you, I mean, I'm later in my presentation talking about the deportations of German Jews to Riga, but I mean, the deportations to Kaunas are really, really special. First of all, it's still so hard to explain why these 5 trains were actually taken to Kaunas as opposed to Riga. And then also, why were they murdered? I mean, just after arrival.
Thank you, Andrea. The first time I had the thought that the Jews had to numb their feelings, basically, as a fundamental attitude to survive, comes from reading Hermann Krug for Vilna Ghetto. And we know about the history of the Šiauliai Ghetto because we hardly have German documents there. We have a Hebrew diary of Eliezer Yerushalmi, like this, like 900 pages something, and we have a Yiddish memoir rewritten in 46 by Shalit, Levi Shalit. What's his name? Levi Shalit, I believe. So this comes from Jewish sources. And when you read Krug, you know this is the most emotional man thinking all the time about the past and the future. And what he describes is that how can we Jews here react to this terror, to this loss. Yeah? How do we deal with that? And she says we don't have any choice here. We can think about, we can dream. Yeah? But basically, there's no room for reaction somehow. There's no public space. Now, the theater, the concerts, the poems, the drawings in Vilnius Ghetto was enormous. And this created then a space where these feelings could be lived. So, and especially Krug is always cited as you don't play theater on a graveyard. It's always cited. But it's not cited that after the first performance or the second performance, he completely changed his mind. Because when the children were singing, everybody cried. And it was the first time the Jews could cry in the ghetto. So there was a space to do that. But otherwise they could not. They just had to function. Yeah? So that's what I mean. And when you read the memoir and the diary for Shaolei, it's also after the war, there are a lot of articles about how did we behave in the ghetto. It's very clear. They said, like they say, another hour lived is another hour lived. Yeah? So there wasn't, the past had to disappear. You couldn't think about the losses. You had to put that on the side in order to function. Otherwise you would die. Yeah? And the future was, it's like the dream of food. They talked about food all the time, right? They didn't have it. And they dreamed about the future life, yes. But actually, there was no future possible. And they knew that. And they were just waiting for a miracle at the end. So in 43, 44, when they said, how do we prepare now when the Germans will retreat? What will we do? Yeah? And they didn't have a plan. Some went into hiding, some tried to flee. Yeah? But basically they didn't. We don't know what to do. Yeah? This is waiting, and being powerless. Yeah? So when you listen, so that's one argument. The other argument is when you listen to the video, to the video interviews, like for Tunov Archive or Shoah Foundation or all the other sort of, where you see the person talking. They will often tell you, in the ghetto, in the concentration camps, in hiding, you had to block out everything you feel in order to just exist. Yeah, you just existed. And this is what I'm trying to say. So, when I wrote it in my study, this thing, and I was taking it from Krug, I said, I mean, this man is the opposite of sort of a machine just functioning. But still he says that. Okay. So this is what I'm trying to relate. Now, German Jews. Now this is, I meant to exclude it because there is so much nonsense. There were people saying the Jews were just deported to Lithuania because Lithuanians were so bad they would be glad to kill them. Yeah? That's why they brought them to Riga in the Einsatzkommando 3 in the 9th Force. Complete nonsense. Now, when I try to trace it, so the starting point would be, how do we know about that the Jews were killed in Kaunas? How do we know about that? There's one document. It's a report of the Einsatzkommando 3, the great report from 1st of December, 1941. That is a couple of days after the killing of, on the 25th of November, 3 transports of German Jews were murdered. On the 29th November, 2 more transports, almost 5,000 people. The report of the Kaunas security police is on the 1st of December. So in immediate context with this, and they list what we all know. Jews from Berlin, from Frankfurt, from Vienna, Breslau, and Munich. We just shot them here. And then it disappears. It disappears. And no further document. This shooting is reported. No further documents. Even on the general report of the Einsatzgruppe A, 1st of February, the big one, 280 pages long, as we know from the archive in Moscow now. It's not only this tiny one from the processes, from the trials, but it's huge. They only reported that the Jews were deported to the east, and Jekyll, the high SS and police leader, killed them in Riga. That's it. No further report. So how's that? Now, in the same report from the 1st of December 1941, we see, for example, that the action of Yom Kippur in the Vilnius ghetto is not reported. 3,700 to 4,000 Jews were murdered on 1st of October 1941 in the Vilnius ghetto. And it gave huge conflicts within the German administration and between the local Germans and Berlin Germans and Riga, so within the administration. What are you doing there? Don't do it. No, there are too many workers we need. And so it vanished from the reports. They just wouldn't report it. Because those reports were not meant to tell the truth. Those reports were inner administrative reports to present yourself in the best light. So when we read about, now it's also the report where we read, the executions in the Lithuanian provinces, they went wonderfully. Just a matter of organization, like a machine. Nothing could be further from the truth. Yeah? It was bloody, messy, yeah? Extremely cruel. And the Germans were extremely cruel. Not only the Lithuanians, yeah. So, but it was not presented. Yeah, it was. So you want to present the Vorgesetzten, the superiors. Everything is under control. We are fine. Yeah. So this now disappears. Now, in London, we have the sources of the radio traffic between the police units in the east and Berlin, and the British could listen to it because they had Enigma. They could decipher it, and they translated them. They translated the code and put it for the British Secret Service and the British government in no time, within days. And there we find a telegram from Himmler to Jekyll, to the highest SS police leader, to his representative in the north of the occupied Soviet Union on the 4th of December. And this one says, what are you doing? There are Eigenmächtigkeiten. And so Eigenmächtigkeiten in English is kind of, these are, you do things, you decide for yourself. Don't do that. Come to Berlin and report. So Himmler was telling Jekyll off, and come here. Yeah. So, so when in the following German documents, the security police is blaming Jekyll, the overall representative of all police forces, and Himmler's forces, so to speak. They blamed him and said he was the one who did that, and not us. Yeah. So those are two documents. You have the only one time in the document, the report. Then you have the telegram, Himmler telling Jekyll, and this also means he said, treat the deported people according to the guidelines. And that's why we have only 6,000 German Jews murdered at that point of time. You always quote from the telephone notes from Himmler when he was talking to Heydrich on the 1st of December, when the Berlin transport of 1,000 Jews were shot in the morning. And Himmler says, no liquidation, keine Liquidierung. And the next day they're talking again on the phone and said, executions in Riga. And then he writes to Jekyll. So you have this conflict here. At that point of time, there was no order to kill German Jews. No order from the center. Not yet. It came a month later, but not yet. From the trials, we know that Jekyll went not only in Riga to the pits to prepare the shootings, but also came to Kaunas And we know from the trials also that Lose, the boss of the civil administration of the Reichskommissariat Ostland, so the political head of everything that was happening here in this region, also came together with Jeckeln to see if it was possible to liquidate the German Jews here before the shootings took place at the end of November. We know it from trials. Now when people said that, oh, yeah, they were coming, they were preparing, and Lose even watched the shootings in Riga. He stood at the side of the pits. So since when did the civil administration and the security police in the region know that German Jews were coming not only to Riga but also to Kaunas? And the first document about that is 10th of November. 10th of November, that is over 2 weeks before they were coming. That these specific transports were then sort of relocated, not to Riga but to Kaunas, is true. But that transports were coming was clear from the 10th of November already. And the security police knew from October, when the basic decision was taken by Hitler, we will deport a certain amount of German Jews to the east. Yeah? They knew then that they were coming and said Riga, Minsk, and that's why the local Jews were murdered in Riga and Minsk, we all know that. But why didn't that happen in Kaunas? Because inside Lithuania, we had the trouble already, not only of the Yom Kippur action, also of later interventions into the Jewish workforce, that there was no room for maneuver here. They needed all the people there. The big action with 10,000 dead was already at the end of October, already had happened. There were no people left to kill. They all needed in the meantime. Yeah? And they didn't prepare space for the ghetto, just to accommodate the German Jews. And that's why we have to take the Eigenmächtigkeiten that Himmler tells to Jeckeln seriously. Jeckeln and Lose decided, okay, what do we do? Okay, we assume that they're killed. And there was another Briefwechsel, another exchange of letters, where Eichmann writes in October, November to Reichskommissariat Ostland, to Lose and his staff, those unfit for work of deportees, might we liquidate them with the Brack'sche Hilfsmittel, with gas vans. Victor Brack was involved in the killing with the gas vans. And Lose signed it and said yes. Yeah? So they believed it is okay to murder them, even though there was no sentence. But then it turned out, no, it was not okay. And in the moment Jäger in Kaunas realized, I assumed, and Stahlecker, because the report went to Stahlecker, the Befehlshaber der Sicherheitspolizei, he assumed that this was okay. And then both of them took it out of all the reports. Yeah? So in further documents, they don't even mention any deportation of German Jews to Lithuania. Don't even mention them. Yeah? So, bit complicated picture, but when you go over it 2 or 3 times, it's not that complicated. They had wrong assumptions. They had hints, it's okay to murder. And the highest officials in the region said it's okay, and they prepared it. And only after it had happened, it turned out, they shouldn't have done that. No, by now, maybe later, but not now. It's like the telephone call Himmler with Heydrich on killing of the Berlin Jews. Don't liquidate them, but they were already dead. Yeah? So, you get, this is a picture. Meaning, when the first deportation, when they went on, it was not intended to murder all of them. We have 42 transports till January 41. 42,000 people. Yeah? And 36,000 survived. Under horrendous conditions, as Andrea will tell us in a minute. Yeah? But only 6,000 were murdered immediately. And the rest continued to exist and then were murdered in 1942. Does it make sense? Kind of.
Thank you. And Konstantin, you have a question, yeah?
from the presentation, I got the impression that the best strategy for survival in Lithuanian ghettos was compliance to German policies, and it's a kind of wait game and waiting for the miracle. So was there any space for resistance in Lithuanian ghettos? Yes.
Question is whether there was resistance in Lithuania. Of course there was, in all ghettos, all of them. But they would also say, what was the strategy of the resistance, of the armed resistance? It was to wait till the last moment, and in the moment of the liquidation of the ghettos, to rise, to make an uprising. To attack the Germans, to break through the fence if there was one, and flee. But only in the last moment. Yeah? So there was a consensus between the Jewish Council, the administrative leadership, and those youngsters in the resistance group. We don't do nothing now. We just wait. We wait till that point of time. Yeah? So even though they had a completely different outlook on the situation, their practice was the same. Yeah? Now, and why was that? That is because armed resistance was possible only for a tiny group. In the ghettos, you had the majority, 150,000 Jews were already murdered, and the majority of men were already murdered. Those considered with potential for resistance. Yeah, that started from the very first day of the attack. So who lived in the ghettos? The majority women, children, elderly. Yeah, and as I noted, the care, what is most important now? The care for the family. So have you seen there's from the 1980s a movie, The Partisans of Vilna? The Partisans of Vilna, yeah. And when you talk with Abba Kovner, when he talks about the moment they were leaving the Vilna ghetto on 23rd of September 41, after the uprising and the commotion against the Germans had not functioned. They were just trying to flee through the tunnels, through the canalization, through the sewer, exactly. And then he was asked, what about your mother? And he couldn't take his mother with him. She had to stay behind. Yeah? And that is, again, the central dilemma of the resistance. It was viable only for a very small group. Yeah? And you had to the price was, again, too high. Yeah? Kovner left his mother behind. And the way you see him in the movie, you can tell this is unbearable. It's simply unbearable. Yeah? But he did it. Yeah. So resistance, yes. His historiography was dominated by the Vilnius FPO. In Kaunas, Lisa, the resistance was just as strong as in Vilnius. Same amount of people, same time frame, but we know less about it because it was not so prominent in the historiography in Vilna. You have resistance in Shaulei, you have it in Švenčonis, Yitzhak Arad, who then was maybe the best Jewish historian on Lithuania. He comes from as a kid, he was 15, 16, 17-year-old, he came from Švenčonis. One of the small ghettos in the southeast, and then went to the woods. So you find it everywhere. Yeah? Actually, I would say in hindsight, you find all possible reactions. You find them. Everything was tried out. Complete cooperation with the Germans, complete resistance, flight, everything you can think of. And nothing helped. And that's the point. Armed resistance often accelerated the destruction, as in Warsaw. In Vilnius also. Why was the Vilnius ghetto destroyed in September 43? And the people deported, not only for economic needs in Estonia, to go for the oil, because the Germans were scared. They were scared of the instability in the hinterland. Now, the guiding principle of the whole policy, we need a stable hinterland. Yeah. So, yeah, that would be my thoughts to that.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe the last question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love very much what you did with the maps. But my question, I want to push a little back on the choiceless choice, because I think all of the examples that you're giving now about all of these strategies and attempts demonstrate that that's an omniscient view, that isn't what people thought. Well, okay, we know they were all going to die, but they didn't know that, and they took choices seriously.
I understand very well. What I'm trying to say is that this term is deeply paradoxical. Jews had to make their choices all the time, in all ways. Now, this group went this way, this group went that way, this group went that way. Do you go to the city? Do we go to the forest? Do we? It's better to work. Is it better not to work? Etc. Etc. It depends also on the time. So they all made their choices in the effort to do the best for them, for their family and themselves. And those without a family, then for their youth group, for their Zionist group, for their political group. And we all know this huge loyalty within, specifically the refugees from Poland. Yeah, it was like family, like family. Now, I would argue that it's impossible to continue to live when you know that there is no way out. It's impossible to live. Like Abakovna, again, he lost his girlfriend in the October 41 shootings, Hadassah. She was killed. And what we know about him in being in hiding in the monastery is that he was in deep depression and about to kill himself because he left her alone. Yeah? And then the way into the resistance for him was a way out of this. Meaning, can you live with the realization that very difficult? Yeah? So what I'm trying to say is that you have to make choices all the time. All the time. But in principle, it's impossible. So the moral questions, it was very often discussed in the camps, in the concentration camps and in the ghettos as well. Is moral behavior possible? Yeah? And they all knew it's not possible. It's not possible. The piece of bread I eat is lacking for somebody else. I think it's a dire situation. Yeah? So I'm not saying there were no choices. Yes, there were a lot of choices. Yeah? But for our analysis and for our sort of point of view, yeah, I would shy away completely from any judicial or moral statements. Because we now know better, they should have done this and this and this and this and this and this. No, we don't know because there was no way. And if there would have been a way, somebody would have lived it. Yeah? Have an idea what I'm trying to say, Eliana? Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dieckmann, and I think it's time for coffee break now. Thank you once again for your presentation, for opening the second day. And we have a coffee break for 30 minutes. I'm sorry, I'm just looking on time and I want everything to be on time. Yeah. So our second presenter on this second day of our conference is Alisa Miller, and she is a PhD student at Vilnius University History Department. She's giving lectures on totalitarianism and Jewish nationalism at the department. Her research interests include Holocaust in Lithuania, history of ghettos in Lithuania, as well as early Zionist movements in Lithuania. Currently, aside from working on her PhD thesis on activism in Vilna and Kaunas ghettos, she's performing a fellowship at Leipzig University on differences in perception of Jewish councils in Lithuania. So I'm happy to give you the floor, Alice. Please.
Thank you. You can hear me, right? I think it's better to talk on the Holocaust with cookies inside you, so it's great that you had an opportunity for a coffee break. What were the possibilities that you would come to Riga, right, and hear 1.5 presentations on Jewish councils in Lithuania? That's quite a coincidence, right? There will be some things that were mentioned before me by Dr. Dieckmann. Also, I will be brave enough or maybe reckless enough to point out certain contradictions in our understanding. I'm sorry. But maybe this is the thing, right? That 80 years have passed, more than 80 years, but we still have different opinions, and we still discuss this issue. And I would like to present you in general the topic of Jewish councils and in general the phenomena of Jewish councils and why you find yourself right now in this position when you have to talk for 2 hours about Jewish councils. So why they are so interesting and why they are so important for us to talk about. In my opinion, there are many things that are quite clear about ghettos. Places, victims, acts of terror, enormous despair, but there are some paradigmatic things, major things that are quite a mystery. One of those mysteries is why Nazis actually needed them, because there were a lot of different explanations and different policies, not only in the timeline, right, but also in certain places. So there is always some idea that this was a short-term solution, some temporary project, temporary stage. But the question here is like a stage towards what? To deportation, to killing, to what? And there were also different explanations for that, like it's a peaceful destruction of Jews. So let's say there are no resources, there is a huge amount of oppression, eventually they would die. And in 1941 in German press, there are some posts, some articles about, you see, ghettos are successful. But again, successful in what? What is the general idea, general policy, what it's all about? And here is the problem when we look on the Jewish response. So paradoxically, this is a problem not only when we try to explain the Nazi policy, but it is a problem when we try to explain the Jewish response. Because if, let's say, there would be some very general goal that would be clear, we would say, okay, this and this response was bad or good or whatsoever, right, wrong, morally explainable. But since we don't know the goals, the unknown in the Nazi strategy creates the unknown in Jewish response. And the mentioned Hermann Krug, in his diary, there is a quote that I really like in terms of what I'm saying right now, is that, and I quote, "Ghetto life in Vilna is the lawlessness or the borderland between life and death." I would like to stress out the word lawlessness, because this is a key. Law it always has a goal, and without goals there is no law, right? So laws are necessary for any community to function on whatsoever circumstances. And this context that I'm explicitly telling you about becomes especially important when we talk about Jewish councils. Why? If we omit the members of Jewish councils, and there certainly were some that were openly collaborating with Nazis, others were dealing with this unknown. So, in my opinion, they were trying to create laws, trying to create goals instead of Nazis, because Nazis didn't provide those goals. And the lawlessness in ghettos has been identified and accepted by many historians. But this essential idea that some of the Jews were trying to create those laws and constituted law in themselves was not quite discussed and disputed on up until very recently. And today, as we discuss the Kovna and Vilna Jewish councils, among those leaders there were no open collaboration, let's say. And as Dr. Dieckmann mentioned, they had a similar strategy, self-selection with a delay for self-selection. But what is important here, in my opinion, is that this was their choice. So to say, they interpreted Nazi strategy in this way and acted accordingly, and that is the reason why I want to challenge the idea of choicelessness in this choice. And also the other thing that, in my opinion, is very important here is that we are used to view the Jewish resistance as an armed resistance or as a spiritual resistance, but as a resistance. And there is a dichotomy, you know, the very actual, very vivid distinction between what is resistance and what is not. And we usually say that a Jewish administration, and here I speak not only about Jewish councils but Jewish police as well, is not resistance. But this is also a problem, because if we look on resistance as a whole, there might be some new findings, especially for this choice that was in place, in my opinion. And there are three main parts in my presentation. I will talk about the perception in historiography on Jewish councils specifically. So Holocaust historiography is like, I don't know, it's super broad, right? And among this broad historiography, there is broad historiography on Jewish councils. So this would be very brief. Don't worry. And then I will speak about the perception, the judgment upon those two councils. And then I would like to talk about the results of my research on this topic, why this asymmetry in the perception of two Jewish councils in Lithuania did happen, and why it exists till this day, because no one actually questioned that before. Okay, so the Jewish Council issue emerged really quite quickly with the first works of Philip Friedman in the 50s. However, there was no problem about Jewish councils, so there was no issue with this. So he named them pseudo-savers, and that is fine. The problem emerged with Hannah Arendt and with Eichmann trial, because her quote in New York Times was a huge scandal in a Jewish press and in America and everywhere because, she told that they actually were instruments in some Nazi strategy. First and prominent Holocaust historians like Hilberg and Trunk, they followed the commonalities over variations scheme that was really in common in Holocaust research for a lot of time. So they were searching for macro understanding and attempting to propose some kind of categories that we could explain what Holocaust actually is. And councils have gotten certain labels that are very, very much in place till this day, like agents and those who made a mistake. So like their strategy was flawful, their strategy was not right, and etc. But if Hilberg looked very instrumentally on Jewish councils, like no agency whatsoever, Trunk was more, how to say, kind to those people and created some space that, well, there was some organizational power that they constitute in themselves. Important to say that Kaunas in general doesn't really appear in this first and very extensive researches. Vilna is placed among Polish experiences. So like Lodz and Warsaw, that is quite bad for Vilna. As Chaim Rumkowski of Lodz, he was openly collaborating, and Adam Chernikov in Warsaw, he just killed himself, so he put him aside from the agency that he was given. There were studies on Kovno like Samuel Gringau's, they're important studies. But they were on Kovno itself, so there was no comparative approach, and somehow Kovno was left aside from judgment for a long period of time. Later, and here I speak about late 70s and works of Yehuda Bauer, and later in 90s like Dan Diner, Dan Michman, and Dina Porat. Most recently, there are works of Svenja Betke and Laurien Vastenhut, tend to evaluate the councils without this hindsight that you are talking about. Council by council and individual by individual, and I mean micro approach, is also really popular in this studies, and it is a shift. Quite a shift in the research on Jewish councils. And why this shift is important? Firstly, both Hilberg and Trunk focused on similarities, not on differences, as I mentioned earlier. And that is true. Every council found themselves between the self-destruction and self-preservation. But if we look closer, not on the circumstantial level, but on the individual level, there were more differences than similarities. And here I talk not only about collaboration versus resistance. This is a very, how to say, yes or no approach. This is very simple black and white approach. The main argument here is the agency itself, because there were cases when heads of Jewish councils, heads of Judenrat, they put themselves out of the situation. So they made a choice, they made a decision not to do this job anymore. And here I talk not only about Adam Chernikov in Warsaw, that is a very popular case because he killed himself, but not popular, important. But also about, for example, Rabbi Ullman in Belgium, who in 1943 just stepped aside and quit the job. Also important is the work of Dina Porat on Lithuanian councils altogether. Why it is important? Because she proposed the regional approach. Let's say we take Lithuanian councils, outside Polish councils, and we look on Lithuania. Why it is important? Because if we want to look on micro level and see what is happening in there, it is really important that our circumstantial level, the macro level, would be as identical as it is possible. So if you want to say and look closer on social relations between those people, on their pre-war experiences, on the way they were thinking, we have to, just have these things, circumstantial things like place, economical situation, as stable and as identical as it is possible. So, okay, how much time? Okay, I'm still okay. It is also true when we speak not only about the historical scene as such, the facts, but as well when we try to critically evaluate the story that has been told. So there is a scene, the historical scene, and there is the story about the scene, and it's quite different things. Then we also have the memory of the story, and usually it is not a memory of the scene, it is a memory of the story that we were told. My research focused on actually both on historical scene and on the story that has been told. And historical differences of Jewish councils in these two ghettos of Vilnius and Kaunas that were certainly in place, but also differences in the stories about them. So how the differences in the historical scene influences differences in the story and in perception of the story. So both Bauer and Porat, for example, were very critical about Gens. So to put it very simple, Vilna is bad, Kovna is good. This is the general idea. And Bauer mentions Gens' strong-armed policies, for example, and that he was kind of a dictator, creating a sense of terror. And this is very interesting because he's saying that he was somewhat training for the future state in Israel. That is obvious reference to his revisionist Zionist views and his military experience from the past. But the majority of Jewish policemen in Kovna ghetto had exactly the same background, but Bauer doesn't mention that. So this is again the differences in the story. Positive comments on Gens exist, but they appear very rarely. So the diary of Zeli Kolmanovich has quite positive account on him. And there is also a very interesting book of Leonard Tushnet, Pavement of Hell, the only account that is based on interview of Gens's wife, Elvira, that managed to survive the war. But the majority of books, the majority of stories are negative whatsoever. You won't find any negative comments on Elkas in any historical account, if even you would research it as I did. All right. So this is the last thing I wanted to talk about, and these are the results, the things that I wanted to stress on about my research. So 3 main points that I think had the major influence on these different perceptions. First 2 are related to the historical scene, and the third one that, in my opinion, influenced this on a very big scale and probably on the biggest scale is a subjective one. This is about the story that was told by the survivors of Vilna and Kovna. So firstly, the formation, Dr. Dieckmann talked about it previously. but just to stress some important point that both ghettos were formed quite chaotically. However, in Kovno, Jewish Council and the Jewish police were self-organized, practically self-organized, because there was an order from Germans, but they were organized very quickly in a couple of days. And there were no rivalry, no political dispute between the future members, between the community in Kovno Ghetto, and there was a huge rivalry, huge debate in Vilna, and this debate was in place for a long period of time, even after the members of Judenrat were appointed. Many ideologically opposing groups, yes, that is true, but they existed in Kovno and Vilna on the same scale. So there were different Zionists, revisionist Zionists, socialist Zionists, there were communists, there were Bundists in Vilna, but somehow in Kovno, the community put aside those differences. So survival for them was more important than this political debate. In Vilna, situation was completely different. So in Vilna, the community never reached this level of homogeneity as in Kovno. And this created an atmosphere of mistrust overall that has led Vilna Ghetto till the very day of destruction. Second important point is the religious context. So there was a communication with rabbi both in Vilna and in Kovno. However, the views of rabbis in these two cities were completely different. So in Vilna, to put it simple, it was let them kill you, but do not cross the line. So the rabbi didn't approve what was happening. And in Kovno, when Elkes, before the first selection, the legend goes that he went to the rabbi and asked, Rabbi, what should I do? And he was told that, well, you can, I mean, it is morally lawful, but I studied the Talmud and everything, and you can sacrifice some Jews for the community to live. And another important factor that was also mentioned by Dr. Dieckmann before is the relationship with armed resistance. This is a very strange topic because there are still a lot of debate going on how it was and who was guilty and who was not, and who gave away Wittenberg in Vilna, the head of resistance in Vilna. There is a lot of debate, but what is completely clear is that in Kovno, the relationships between Jewish police and the armed resistance was fully supportive. And even when we speak that, okay, for example, in Vilna, Gens also supported resistance, there was no that kind of homogeneity in Vilna as we had in Kovno. The third argument, and as I said, this is not that objective, this is a quite subjective one, and it is related to the story that has been told after the events, is the voice of the survivor that had shaped the memory and the perception of those councils. The majority of studies upon Gens and upon Jewish councils in Vilna is based on stories by Abba Kovner, who managed to survive the war, on stories of Yitzhak Arad, also a member of resistance, and on diary of Herman Kruk. This is three major accounts we can find on Vilna Ghetto in general and Vilna Jewish Council in particular. All those three people, we don't know really about Arad, but Kovner and Herman Kruk for sure, they had a lot of disputes with Gens, a lot of different views and different perceptions of what was happening and what will happen. And in Kovna, the majority of studies, the majority of accounts are based on works of Abraham Torrey that managed to survive the war, and the interviews with Leib Garfunkel, who also managed to survive the war. All those two people, those two men, they were members of Kovna Jewish Council. So Abraham Torrey was the secretary of the council, and Garfunkel was a member of the council itself. And even if we look in the studies on resistance, on armed resistance in Kovna Ghetto, for example, Dov Levin Fighting Back, they are also based on interviews with Abraham Torrey and Leib Garfunkel. So, okay, the thing is, going to the conclusion that I would like to stress several things. That there is a huge difference when we talk about Holocaust events between the events themselves and the story that has been told of the events, and we should always look who told the story and what was the role of this person in the Holocaust. And the second thing is that if we look on the ghetto, and if we look specifically on Jewish councils and resistance in general, we have, in my opinion, to try to look on resistance as a whole, as all so to say, possibilities that were taken by Jews that were not compliant. And also, when we speak about choice, we have to always think about choice of interpretation of events. This is very important. That's all, thanks.
Thank you so much, Alisa. And now time for questions or comments. Please, feel free. Okay, thank you.
We're going here, no.
Thank you. I appreciate your sort of way of breaking this down. It's useful to think about, and the comparative versus differential approaches. I guess you put voices of survivors last, and in some ways I think there's an argument for putting it at the beginning, because when you were talking about the general historiography, certainly it is true that that Eichmann in Jerusalem and that was a moment and got a lot of attention, but it wasn't. It was who she said it to, it was how she said it. But survivors had been saying much worse things about Jewish councils for a long time. So I think that that matters in terms of the historiography, that the historiography was affected and influenced by the memory also.
Yeah, I agree with you. In my opinion, it is very hard to distinguish from today's, perspective, what formed and what influenced our understanding of Jewish councils in general more. But I tend to see this as an important point, just because really, in my opinion, before the Eichmann trial, well, no one was really listening to the survivors. And there was no voice of survivors whatsoever. And after that, I think there was quite a shift in general. Not, as you say, not only about Arendt, but in general. And it is connected not only with the awful things that were said about Jewish councils, it is also, in my opinion, very much connected to this emergence from powerlessness that was happening in the state of Israel. And there was a big narrative about the resistance fighters, about fighting, about not being powerless. And I think these things are also connected. So there are a lot of, a lot of things that influenced, and well, it is very hard when you think what was more important. To prioritize something is very, very difficult.
Thank you. And we have one more question. I mean, we can have a lot of questions. We have time. Yeah, Elias.
Thank you. I'm not at all a specialist in this field. I just recently watched this Claude Lanzmann documentary, the last one that he did, about Benjamin Murmelstein, the only surviving head of a Jewish council. He interviewed him in the 70s in Rome. It's actually on the Holocaust Museum website, the whole interview. And I don't know if you're familiar with that. So it's really interesting because he, for hours and hours, talks about all these different options, and so I'm sort of curious what your take is on that. And it sort of just stands apart, right? It's just a document, it's an interview, and then there's obviously Lanzmann's, sort of trying to make sense of it, and he has his own perspective. So I'm just sort of curious what you think of it, because there is a rare interview with a council head.
Yeah, I think this is a very great comment, actually. Thanks. This is a very interesting interview, and he talks about all the possible options. Yeah, and that was one of the things that that made me dig deeper into this concept that I don't like of choiceless choice. That, as it was said before, we know what happened, right? We know how it all ended, and they didn't. And when you see a person that remembers the way he thought when he didn't know what would happen, is very interesting. And unfortunately, there is a lot of legends that we can't archively, or so to say, we can't check. And also in this book, The Pavement of Hell, there is a lot of memories. There are a lot of memories by Gens's wife that she remembers talking to him, and what he was telling to her, and etc. But it can't be, checked. We can check these things. So you either read it and think that, okay, maybe that is true, and maybe that was the things that he was thinking, but it certainly might be not true, because she's his wife, right? So she wanted to look towards him in this way. So yeah, these are very psychologically very difficult things, but this interview is very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you for a highly interesting presentation. I have a question. So in what way the memoirs that, as I understand, you mostly work with, do they overlap with archival sources when we discuss the motivation of people who were in the Judenrat? I'm just judging from Riga example, where we almost do not have any archival documents, but I think all the memoirs, they are very positive or neutral concerning the members of Judenrat. It seems that memoirists even don't have an idea that these people had any bad motivation, or they behaved badly or something like that. So do we see maybe in the documents concerning Lithuanian ghettos any discussions why the Nazis offered to join the Judenrat or appointed certain people, and how does it overlap with the memoirs? Thank you.
Great question, thank you. There is no direct contradiction between memoirs and archival documents and archival material. The problem is that the archival material is quite, so to say, operational. So we have, German orders, for example. We have some orders from Judenrat. We have some accounts of the police. We have some people that made a certain crime and then they were put in jail. So these things are quite operational. And there are another documents. There are ego documents. The diaries that were written inside the ghetto. And in my opinion, they're probably more helpful in this sense because they were written inside the events happening. But for example, with Kovna, we have another problem that the diary of Abraham Tori, the secretary, was lost, and then it was found out. And we really don't know what happened. Did he have a possibility to, edit it, to add something to it, to reinterpret the events, and etc. So, in my opinion, we can't really think of any positive or negative judgment when we read only operational documents from the ghetto, because they are quite, without judgment, aside from the whole thing that, well, there are Jews that put their, signature to awful things. So I don't think that operational documents have any judgment whatsoever, but memoirs and diaries, they certainly do.
But as I understand, we do not have documents where the Nazis would discuss that Gens would be fit for this war position.
On Vilna Ghetto, there is a very interesting account of trials of Martin Weiss. And there he talks about Gens and about their relationship, and you can extract certain of his view, Nazi view, the view of Martin Weiss on the relationship with Gens. This document was not really published, but I have read it, you can extract several things from this document. You can think that they were friends, for example, but at the same time you can think that, okay, Gens had a good relationship with him to help people inside the ghetto have more food or have more, possibilities to survive. So it's very hard to evaluate whether Weiss is talking the way that was really the case, or the way he interpreted their relationship and Gens interpreted in different way. This is very difficult.
Thank you so much. I actually think I would like to suggest you something regarding voices of survivors. I don't know, maybe you're familiar with that. Actually, Lithuanian survivors were the first one giving testimonies very early, and there are amazing collection, for example, testimonies collected by Smerke Kaczorginski, and also Central Committee of Liberated Jews in Munich. There are a lot of accounts of survivors in Yiddish. In Yad Vashem collection, it seems to me it can be helpful to add their voices to the research. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. More questions? Yeah, I see you. I'm running.
Thanks for running. I'm not sure. One remark on choiceless choices and agency. Because to analyze what happened in the ghettos and the reaction of the Jews and in the framework of choiceless choices does not take away agency from all the people involved. It does not take it away. They make their difficult choices all the time. But the question is, did they have power to influence the general outcome of the situation? And they did not. That was with the non-Jews. And that is important as a basic framework. So when you want to understand which choices did which members of the Jewish Council made at which time, the framework of choices doesn't really matter, because we need other criteria to discuss that. So, and this is a basic misunderstanding, which I would like to get out of the way. Second, then those narratives, Kaunas is good, Vilna is bad. That's of course nonsense. Of course nonsense. And then you also argued like that. That those narratives don't fit the situation. Now, I believe that the best book we have on Kaunas is Josef Gall, based on the Munich Testament from 1948. Yeah. And the criticism of the policy of the Jewish Council in this book, it's harsh. It's just as, so it's damning. It's damning. But what Gall does is he presents all the different voices. He says, he gives those who criticize all the decisions of the Jewish Council, and he gives those who support it. And then in 1962, we have a huge work in Ivrit, in Hebrew, by Dov Levine and Tzvi Baron. It's like from the resistance in Kaunas on the Jewish Council. Dov Levine hated Leib Garfunkel, for example, and Tori. Yeah, they were, and all of them hated the communists. Yeah, so the conflicts between those groups were enormous, and so you have a very varied picture of that. So, same is true for Vilna. Now, when you read Stanislavas has published the diary of Kalmanovich. He loved Gens. He praised him to Jesus, kind of, to a Messiah, at the time in the ghetto. Yeah. So this also belongs to the picture. Meaning, and those simplified narratives, of course, we have to get away from them. Now we have to show them, okay, they exist. Yeah. But please, let's look at the real history. What do we know? Now, for Kaunas, we do have the protocols of the Jewish Council. We do have them, and they say a lot. They say a lot. Of course, they're not judgments, no? But you can reconstruct a lot of the history with that. Another sort of corpus of documents is the trials. The trials against, I mean, that's mostly in German, unfortunately. So when they took there was a huge trial in Wiesbaden because of the Große Aktion in Kaunas in October of 1941. And they took all the Kaunas Jews that were available to talk about what happened there. Yeah? And there you find also the whole variety of voices. You find the variety of voices. You don't find simplified narratives. And the same is true for Schauley. In the trial against Gewicke, the Gebietskommissar from Schauley. They took in the Jews. And they testified, and they said, and they also went in a lot of things against the Jewish Council, and said they are telling fairy tales, etc., etc. Meaning, I'm a big friend of this sort of to go at that from the empirical side, and then only to say, okay, what do we do with that material, and which categories and which terms and concepts are useful? Yeah, so that's basically what I want to do.
I will start from the end. Yes, there are different accounts and different testimonies and different views. What I was trying to say is that some of them speak louder, and they speak louder, and they form certain perception and certain narrative, and the narrative is such. Yes, of course, there were people inside the ghetto that loved Gens. For example, also the Israel Segal, who was the director of the theater, and there are cultural images of Gens that are positive. For example, in the play of Joshua Sobol, his he is viewed as a positive figure. But this is, this is not a historical narrative. This is more like a cultural vision of the person, a dramatical person, a conflicted person, and so on. And so that is the simplified, the general view, the view in thinking, in narrative, in understanding. And that's what I wanted to stress about. And then going back to the first thing about the power. I think we can just agree to disagree here. But no, okay. But if to discuss this, I think it is very important to recognize power inside the decision, not in the outcome or the result. And this is the first point that I wanted to say. And the other point, I think that there was a possibility to influence the situation. And why I think so, that is because we have different situations inside ghettos. The main example of resistance that is broadly known is the uprising of Warsaw Ghetto. And for a long time, people has thought about Jewish resistance as in the revolt that led to very tragic circumstances. And I think this is you can judge it in any kind of ways, but this is the example that, okay, you could have taken this decision. You could have do this thing. You could have not do it. So there was different views on what can be done, and you can also see that in the movies. For example, if you look Pianist, so there is one type of decision, and when you see Defiance, for example, you see another kind of decisions. So I think that there was some power in those decisions. Maybe it was not like to end the Holocaust, not on such a big scale, but there was certain power on a certain scale. So that is, my point of view.
Thank you. Anna?
Okay, I'm going out on a limb here. So I have one question for you and then one comment to this little debate that's shaping up here. So I really like, and I think that's true for almost every historical consideration, to try to tear apart the event itself and how the narrative around it has shaped. But I wonder to which degree this is going to be possible, and if you would have an example where you are able to have the event and then also have the narrative that's shaped around it, or the historical scene and the stories of the historical scene. And the other thing, I'm wondering, because of course you're right. Oh, not of course you're right, but I agree that there is, at the end of the day, it was a decision of non-Jews to not do anything or to even accelerate the process. However, I'm wondering if people in the ghetto even think about the non-Jewish population, or if they are aware that it's all on them. And in this way, I feel like if you have the ghetto situation where they know that it's just them, and they probably not even consider, oh, how can we bring the non-Jews to help us, then on you yourself in the ghetto. So I feel like the things can totally exist next to one another, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. I think that you are right. I was just afraid that I won't have enough time to present examples and etc. But yeah, this is a great way to justify what you are saying. And in terms of the second part of your comment, Yeah, I also think that there is no harsh disagreement between these two point of views. I think that the role of non-Jewish population is very important. And the thing that even if you break out of the ghetto, you will have nowhere to go is a very deep, problematic, it was a big issue for the inmates. And we see that when there was a possibility, when it became possible to have certain type of help outside the ghetto, the partisans, they began to run away from the ghetto and ran to the forest and etc. So yeah, I think that it is a very important aspect. And it is very hard to say if they knew whether they can, whether they are on their own or not, but I think the majority of them thought that they are on their own. Because this was a very common approach from the Jewish population, not only during the war, but even before the war, to count on ourselves. This is very much Jewish in some sense.
Can you say something about the example of having the story and then have the narrative about the story?
The problematic, for example, is the creation of Jewish theater that was named here, because there are no documents how it was created, who created it, and etc. And for example, in the diaries, you can find that there was, so to say, Jewish initiative inside the ghetto, inside the community, that they wanted to create it, and they influenced Gens, and Gens said that, okay, you can have that. And there are other testimonies that say that it was his idea and he initiated it and he wanted to have this cultural life in ghetto, and he was the person who thought about spiritual resistance and etc. And this is very important when we speak about his, so to say, figure, because at one point, he is just a dictator, a messianic figure who is like, okay, gotta have this theater, So it's one point of view, and the other one is, I care about you, and I want you to have the theater. Very, very contradicting things.
Thank you for your presentation. The question about Kaunas ghetto, it is interesting how the publication of texts by people who participated in the Judenrat in Kovna, like Garfunkel or Tori or Diary of Police, influenced on this positive image, because it was more. I think it was more important texts about the Kaunas, about the Lithuanian ghettos. It was Garfunkel and Šiauliai, of course, Yerushalmi. All of them participated in Judenrat. In any case, their participation influenced on general approach to the description of the ghetto. The voices of simple people were less. We can find in these documents. And the second question is about the switch in 1970s. It is. I remember that Saul Friedlander wrote in one of his articles that no one thought, for example, in the 1950s and 1960s to connect the history of the Holocaust with general history, the history of the war. They lived in another paradigm. And how it influenced on the change, you said, Dina Porat, Milchman, and others, how it influenced. As a second thought, for critical, in general, for critical scholar, critical description, we need a lot of materials. And 1950s and 1960s is a period where many materials, including this, were published. It was impossible to write about this without many published sources. Maybe it's also influence on the situation, the switch for 1960s, except of a new approach to the history in general.
What's the question, though? It felt like more like comments. I agree with both things that you've said, actually, especially with the second one. I think that it is hard, again, to distinguish what thing influenced more, the amount of resources that they had at the point of time, or this general idea of creating some sort of category and scheme and trying to explain the phenomena as a whole. So I think that the amount of resources that were available for them is also very important. Can you please remind me what was the first question?
The first about the publication of texts of Tories, Gorfinkel, and other people who participated in Judenrat. How is the influence on positive image of Judenrat?
Well, in my opinion, the Tories' account is quite positive on what they were doing. And it is positive about Elkes. The history of Jewish police is not positive. This book is not positive because this is the very much operational account about what they actually did. So I don't think it's positive or negative in some sense. But it is not that judgmental also, in my opinion. So I think that the publication of Tori's diary, we don't know whether it is diary or a story, had an influence to the positive perception of Kovna. Because I think that he himself, actually, in my opinion, as I read his diary, he himself thought that at that point what they did was necessary, and it was maybe not rightful, but it was necessary. So his view of what they were doing was positive.
Okay, thanks for time. Thank you all for the discussion, and thank you, Alisa, for your presentation. That was really good. And we need to move further, and our last presenter in this morning's section is Dr. Andrea Löw. She is Deputy Director of the Center for Holocaust Studies at the Institute for Contemporary History in Munich. She also teaches at the University of Mannheim. In 2022, she was the J.B. and Maurice Shapiro Senior Scholar in Residence at the Jack, Joseph, and Morton Mandel Center for Advanced Holocaust Studies, Washington, D.C. Andrea's academic background is in history, and she holds a PhD degree from the University of Bochum. She joined the Institute for Contemporary History in 2007. Before that, she was a researcher at the Research Unit for Holocaust Literature at the University of Gießen. Andrea's main research interests are the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, Jewish history during the Holocaust, and the history of the ghettos.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you. So the floor is yours, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the technical help as well. Well, first of all, thank you so much to the organizers of this conference. I'm really, really delighted to be here. I try to get this. Yeah. I want to start with a quote. How do you start when your heart is so full of everything? Where do you find the words at this moment when your memory throws everything into confusion? Hands tremble, and one wants to say everything in one big word. But I know that this word does not exist. This is how Edith Blau whom you see on the slide, on May 11th, 1945, began her handwritten report in Denmark, in which she tried to put into words what she had experienced during these last years. The one big word that would describe her persecution, her deportation to Riga, did not exist. The young woman knew this, yet, after this initial consideration, she wrote a detailed and really moving testimony, and you see the first page of this testimony on the slide. Not even 4 years earlier, she had been sitting on a crowded train that took her from the German Reich to Riga. Just like Bernd Hase, who began his testimony, he calls it diary, Tagebuch here, but it's a testimony also written in 1945. He wrote, "Who among the people who have suffered and endured hardship does not feel the need to write down their experiences, in part for their own memory, as a document for the world, as records for relatives and friends?" And in Sweden, Käthe Fries in June 1945 wrote a long testimony about her experiences. She described what awaited the Jews deported to Riga in the winter of 1941-42 after their arrival in Riga as follows, I quote, "So, after several transports came to Jungfernhof, the first Cologne transport landed in the ghetto. Then came Dortmund, Saxony, Berlin, Kassel, Vienna, Düsseldorf, and a few other transports to the ghetto. The first arrived in the ghetto with blood-soaked streets, piles of corpses, and ransacked apartments." So the shock in the face of the violence upon their arrival, the confrontation with the first dead, both from their own group and as well traces of the massacres of the local Jewish population that had just been carried out, but also the attempts to find one's way in this brutal foreign world, to organize their lives. All this is described by some of those who were on these transports and who survived the following years in places they sometimes describe as hell, despite the uncertainty expressed by Edith Blau as to how this was even possible. My presentation today is based on my new big book, Deported, Always with One Foot in the Grave, Experiences of German Jews, that came out in German this March, and which I was able to work on while I was a senior scholar in residence at the USHMM. And when I did research for this and was here in Riga 2 years ago, Ilya Lenski really helped me during my research, so it's especially a really great opportunity for me to be here today and present this again. So the book is on German-speaking Jews during and after the deportation to several ghettos in occupied Poland, but also to Minsk and Riga. So in the fall of 1941, the systematic deportations to what they called in the sources the East began. After the first deportations to the ghetto in Litzmannstadt or Łódź in October and November 1941, the next transports continued further east to the so-called Reichskommissariat Ostland, namely to Riga and Minsk. And as we already heard this morning by Christoph, in November 41, 5 transports of Jews from the Reich also arrived in Kaunas, in Lithuania, where the deportees were murdered shortly after their arrival. So today, as you saw by the title of my presentation, I will focus on the destination of Riga, the fate of those deported there and how they tried to reorganize their lives, as well as a subsequent odyssey through the Nazi camp system those who survived had to endure after several years in Riga. I would like to concentrate on some very early written reports. Most of them were written immediately after the end of the war in 1945, like the ones I already quoted, when the authors were reporting for the first time what had just happened to them, putting it into word for the first time, and also trying to understand it themselves by writing about it. So just some background about the deportations to Riga. Between the end of November 41 and the beginning of February 1942, 20 transports with a total of around 20,000 people arrived in Riga. The more than 1,000 Jews who arrived in Riga from Berlin on November 30, 1941, as we heard already this morning, were shot immediately after their arrival in the Rumbula forest, as were thousands of Latvian Jews this day. And I'm going to repeat this now. Christoph already explained it this morning, that this first mass murder of German Jews was carried out by the higher SS and police leader Friedrich Jeckeln, who had either misunderstood Himmler's order to liquidate the Latvian ghetto, or most likely, I would say, deliberately misinterpreted it. So on November 30th and December 8th and 9th, 1941, Jeckeln has his SS and police forces, together with Latvian auxiliary police units, murder large parts of the local Jewish population, room for the German deportees. According to German files, 27,800 Latvian Jews were murdered by the end of November and beginning of December 41. And at the same time, or only a little later, the Jews selected for deportation in the German Reich had to present themselves at a collection point in their hometowns. They often only knew very vaguely that they were to be taken to the east to work. From one moment to the next, they had to leave behind almost everything. They had to choose what to take with them and what to leave behind. Their luggage was only allowed to weigh 50 kilograms, so they had to give up most of their possessions. They had to say goodbye to some of their loved ones and didn't know if they would ever see them again. Many parents wrote farewell letters to their already emigrated children. They went to the assembly point where police officers searched them, often shouting at them and humiliating them. They, who had slept in their own beds the night before, now found themselves on the floor or on improvised beds with straw sacks with hundreds of strangers. The situation became worse with every new step. They were, so here you see a picture of the assembly point in Bielefeld and how they were taken to the train the next morning. And so their situation really worsened with each new step. They rolled eastwards in cramped, overcrowded trains, which were mostly freezingly cold and sometimes overheated. Many of the deportees could not even find a seat, full of uncertainty about what lay ahead of them. The toilets were overflowing, the smell was terrible. They were thirsty and hungry and didn't know what to expect. Upon arrival in Riga, chaos and violence prevailed, as numerous reports testify. As much as the Jews were already familiar with exclusion and arbitrariness from their homeland, this was a radical turning point. German security police and Latvian police forces drove the people out of the wagons, shouting at them, beating them. Everything had to be done really quickly, which was particularly difficult for older people after the exhausting journey, which most of the times lasted 3 days. Those who were strong enough marched off, the old and weak were left behind. In many cases, they were never to reach the ghetto or other camps. In his first letter to his father in June 1945, 13-year-old Siegfried Ziering, who was deported from Kassel at the time, so you see him on this right picture just before deportation in October 1941, and he was 13 years old then. And so this is the letter he wrote to his father, who was, so Siegfried was deported from Kassel, and he wrote about his arrival. It was 40 degrees below zero. We had to march to the ghetto in a terrible snowstorm. 4 transports that had arrived in Riga at the beginning of December 1941 were led to the nearby Jungfernhof, an old run-down estate on whose grounds a camp was to be built, as there was still no room for the deportees in the ghetto. The deportees had to create their own camp under the watchful eye of the unpredictable commander Rudolf Seck, who wanted to turn the run-down estate into a successful agricultural business. They had to dig latrines, build or repair bunk beds, or seal the barns that served as barracks, as snow fell on those sleeping on the top bunks. It was cold. People went hungry and fell ill. Käthe Fries described the terrible living conditions in 1945. I quote her, "The ice was dripping in these barns, and I can hardly describe how terrible our accommodation was. The worst was probably the men's barracks, a barn, huge and with an open sky, because there were only small remnants of the former roof. Inside, there was nothing but wooden frames, 6 floors on top of each other. There were hardly any corridors, and you had to climb from one hole to the next with the most terrible contortions. The beds were even narrower and smaller." End of quote. In the first winter, around 800 to 900 mainly elderly people died here or were murdered. And on March 26, 1942, all but about 450 Jews selected by SEC as fit for work were deported, supposedly to Dünermünde, to do lighter work in a fish canning factory. But in fact, the security police and Latvian auxiliary forces took the 1,800 to 2,000 people to the Bekeniki forest and shot them there. After some time, some of the prisoners from Jungfernhof were sent to the ghetto. So, and here I already quoted Bernd Hase, who was deported to Riga from the German city of Gelsenkirchen, and he not only wrote a testimony after the war, but already in 1945 he also made these drawings where he painted what he saw in Riga. So here you see one of the entrances to the ghetto. So after a while, prisoners from Jungfernhof, some of the prisoners from Jungfernhof came to the ghetto, where by now thousands of German and Austrian Jews lived. The mass murders of the Latvian Jewish population in the ghetto area had made room for the next deportees from the Reich. On December 10, 1941, a transport from Cologne reached Riga, and those Jews from Cologne were the first ones to have to march from the station to the now almost abandoned ghetto, where they were immediately confronted with the traces of the massacres of the previous 2 days. Heinz Samuel from Krefeld, who was deported to Riga with his parents and 2 siblings from Düsseldorf a few days later, describes this. I quote, "We found the apartments in a devastated state and were still wading through the blood of the murdered." End of quote. The reports were similar in their horror. The vast majority of those deported to Riga wrote of traces of blood on the street or in the snow and in the apartments, of furniture and junk on the streets and chaos in the apartments, which they now had to move into with far too many people. They described frozen food on the table, sometimes with spoons still in the soup, and how shocked they were by these impressions, especially as they arrived completely exhausted and didn't know where they were. Edith Blau wrote about this in May 1945. I quote, "A bloodbath had taken place here, and we were supposed to live here until it was our turn. Everywhere you looked, baby carriages, little shoes, the most wonderful pictures of children, beautiful women, happy family celebrations, wedding pictures, gone as if blown away." End of quote. Despite everything, people had to start reorganizing their lives. The first thing they did was to tidy up their homes and try to make them as good as possible. Erna Falk remembers the first phase of her life in Riga. "I was very unhappy, and yet, like the others, I had to set about tidying up the small room that had to suffice for 3 families." Shortly after his arrival, Heinz Samuel and his brother Werner were taken to Salaspils. In their reports, survivors, including Siegfried Ziering and Heinz Samuel, repeatedly referred to this camp, which was around 18 kilometers away from Riga, as an examination camp. It was mainly men between the ages of 16 and 50 who came there from all the transports to help build up the camp. The prisoners had to live here in simple barracks and sometimes outside in disastrous conditions with a high mortality rate. It was cold, there were initially no washing facilities, too little food, and the men had to work hard. There are no exact figures, but the majority of those deported to Salaspils did not survive, especially as murders were also commonplace here. Siegfried Ziering summed the situation up in a letter to his father that I already presented here. Every third day there was a roll call. The strongest men were sent to Salaspils. They died of hunger, cold, vermin, and beatings. The few who returned to their relatives in the ghetto between June and August 1942 were in a desolate condition, as numerous reports testify. In the ghetto too, the deportees were never certain of their lives. The German authorities had those they considered unfit for work among the deportees murdered in several actions from the spring of 1942. The already mentioned Aktion Dünamünde marked a turning point not only at the camp in Jungfernhof, but also in the ghetto. Johanna Rosenthal from Potsdam wrote about the raids shortly after the war. I quote, "Our first horror began on February 5th. Everyone who was in the ghetto, including those working inside, had to leave their homes at 9 o'clock in the morning and go to roll call on the street. The SS drove up with locked cars and sorted out 1,500 people from the Berlin and Vienna groups. Destination unknown." End of quote. For the first time, people lost many of their friends and family members. Death came frighteningly close to them. And that was probably the moment where many of those deportees began to understand that the horrific fate of the Latvian Jews shortly before their arrival has been no exception, that they would by no means be spared because, like the perpetrators, they saw themselves as Germans, came from the same culture, spoke the same language. The survivors of these actions marched daily in columns to their various places of work. They gathered early in the morning and marched in columns to their workplaces, which were all over the city of Riga. The workers used to take the last of their belongings and also the items found in the homes of the murdered Latvian Jews with them to the workplace, bartered and traded, and then smuggled the extra food back into the ghetto in the evening, always at risk of their lives, as death was imminent if they were discovered. Survivors from Riga report that when they returned in the evening, men who had just been murdered were hanging from the gallows. So you see this gallows here again on the drawing by Bernd Hase. Ghetto commander Kurt Krause also frequently shot women who had been convicted of smuggling on the Jewish cemetery. But there was no alternative to the life-threatening bartering, as Käthe Fries stressed in her testimony. We had to barter, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here in front of the typewriter today. And Johanna Rosenthal described the constant danger. In the evenings, when we came home dead tired from the commando duty, we were led past the gallows, but nothing could deter us. It didn't matter which way you died. We always had death before our eyes. And Hermann Neudorf, who had been deported from Gelsenkirchen with his mother, put it like this: "It doesn't help. 10 are hanged and thousands continue to fight to save the lives of their families." So, as becomes clear in this quote, life somehow had to go on for the survivors of these terrible murders. Edith Blau described this in her testimony too, and summed up the contradictory nature of ghetto life. I quote, "Wine is drunk, concerts are organized, soccer matches are played. Right in the middle of Gallows Square, where someone was hanged yesterday because 1 kilo of butter was found on him. We all had to walk around the gallows 3 times when we came back from the commando this evening. It's such an insane life, this ghetto life. Death is constantly among us, and you laugh, and even laugh, like in a madhouse." End of quote. Almost all the deportees had lost friends and relatives in the course of 1942. They were confronted with violence and murder, and still had to go on about organizing their lives amidst all this horror, often interrupted by further murder. Ghetto residents organized lessons for the children, musicians and artists performed, even dance classes were held in the ghetto for a while. For some, their religion was particularly important, and they celebrated the Jewish holidays as best they could under these new conditions. And there were also soccer matches in the ghetto, as we have just heard from Edith Blau's testimony, and they took place on the Blechplatz, which was often a place of terror and fear, as selections took place here, and, as I already said, Jews were hanged on these gallows on the Blechplatz. But then there were also days when the teams from Dortmund and Berlin, or the Jewish policemen and a team of Latvian Jews, played soccer against each other. On June 21st, 1943, Himmler ordered the dissolution of the ghetto and the establishment of a concentration camp in Riga. Prisoners transferred from Sachsenhausen and Buchenwald had already begun setting up a camp in Kaiserwald in March, and the first Jews arrived at the camp this summer. As the camp did not have sufficient capacity and numerous workplaces did not want to give up their Jewish workers, the final dissolution of the ghetto was delayed until November. On November 2nd, 1943, the security police selected children, the elderly and the sick, while the other Jews were outside the ghetto at work. Survivors testify what a terrible day this was. They returned to the almost empty ghetto in the evening and realized that their friends and relatives were no longer there. The children, women and men who had been selected that day were deported to Auschwitz. On November 6th, the last ghetto residents were taken to the concentration camp Riga Kaiserwald. Again, a drawing by Bernd Hase. For many, this was a transit camp where they were registered and then sent on to other camps or to the so-called barrackings, in German it's Kasernierungen, of their companies. Those who remained in Kaiserwald were now concentration camp prisoners. Families who still had been able to live together in the ghetto were separated now, as the men and women were housed in separate areas of the camp. They had to hand in their clothes, had their hair shorn, and were assigned prisoner numbers. In a letter to his father shortly after the end of the war, Siegfried Ziering described what happened to him and the other prisoners. I quote, "At the beginning of August, we were stripped off all our civilian clothes and given zebra clothing. All the men and women were also shaved bald. I had my hair cut off 4 times in total. When I see my mother sitting in front of me now, reading and imagining that a year ago she was without hair and in striped clothes, were we humans then? No, Jews." End of quote. Couples, relatives and friends tried to see each other at the fence in the evening. Anna Falk described these important encounters at the fence after the war. I quote, "Every evening before going to bed, I met my husband at the wire. We encouraged each other and were glad to see each other again the next morning in the marching column, because a lot could happen in one night." End of quote. And the two of them always managed to support each other with food when the other was ill. The few children who survived the ghetto liquidation were murdered by the Germans and the local helpers in various camps in the spring and early summer of 1944. So in Riga and surroundings, we had these Kinderaktionen that Christoph talked about earlier today in the spring and summer of 44, so a bit later. The people had already experienced too much to hope that their children would survive this. Anna Falk remembered the cruel decisions and dilemmas of the prisoners. I quote her, "The parents invented the most impossible hiding places. Otto Schönewald from Schiefbahn near Krefeld buried his 4-year-old son in the ground. But after 10 Jews were shot for the child, he took him out of hiding and went to his death with his wife and his child." And Bernd Hase also made a drawing of one of those children's actions. As the Red Army approached, the SS began to cover up the traces of their crimes by making prisoners burn the bodies in the mass graves of the last years, and they relocated the Jews who were still alive. Those who held out to the very end had to mobilize almost unbelievable strength during this odyssey of the last final months. As before, social contacts were a key factor. People who gave them courage at crucial moments or supported them when they were unable to continue during one of the death marches. And time and again, probably the pure reason for survival was chance or luck. Numerous people died on these last stages, perished miserable in one of the camps, or were shot by guards on mad marches across the German sphere of influence, because they simply could not go any further. Survival became a race against time. 200 prisoners who had remained in a camp near Riga called Mühlgraben were sent from there to Libau in October 1944, where they had to work in the port. Those still alive were taken by ship to Hamburg in February 1945 and imprisoned in the Fußbüttel police prison. From here, a group of 56 men were sent to Bergen-Belsen, while the rest, together with other prisoners, 800 in total, had to set off on a death march to Kiel, which is like really in northern Germany, on April 12, 1945, where they spent some terrible days in the Nordmark labor education camp before being transported in Red Cross buses via Denmark to Sweden at the beginning of May 1945. Johanna Rosenthal described their condition in a letter shortly after the war. After 4 days, we arrived in this cruel hell, more dead than alive. Without recovering, the next day we went to heavy stonework, 2 hours there and 2 hours back. Thank God, this torture only lasted 14 days. Otherwise, we could have been finished. So this is what she said about this Kiel camp. Sigrid Ziering, Heinz Samuel, and Käthe Fries, whom I already quoted here today, were also in this group. Most of the Jews who remained in Riga were taken by ship to Gdansk, Danzig, and from there were brought to the Stutthof concentration camp. This was, as numerous survivors testify, hell. Terrible hygienic conditions ravaged the already weakened people. Sick and weak prisoners were either murdered by the guards or left to die in death zones, as Inge Rothschild from Euskirchen, probably one of the youngest survivors of the German Jews deported to Riga, described in her report from January 1946. So here you see the report and also a pre-war picture of Inge Rothschild with her family. She wrote in this report, "In the course of time, we were transferred to another section of the camp. As we soon discovered, this was the extermination camp. There were no more roll calls here, and we had to live on bare earth, huddled together. There were no washing facilities, and we were completely covered in lice in just a few days." She remembered what was probably her most terrible day in the camp. I quote, "On February 18th, 1945, the day I turned 13, my mother died. She was dragged to this crematorium by some couples." End of quote. Most of them realized immediately after their arrival that they had to get out of this camp as quickly as possible if they wanted to survive. Together with friends and family and relatives, they reported as soon as they heard that a transport for work was to be arranged. While most of the female prisoners were sent to Sophienwald, Thorn, or Bromberg, many male prisoners remained in Danzig, Gdansk, and were sent to the Burggraben camp to work in the Schirau shipyard. Despite everything, some of the weakened men and women were able to escape in these last chaotic days, sometimes in adventurous ways. Once they had successfully taken the first step to escape from those marching columns, most of them pretended to be German refugees. This was also the case for Edith Blau and her mother, who were liberated in Denmark. And this brings me to end and some thoughts about this liberation and the first phase afterwards, in which the reports presented here were written. After the initial joy, many of the survivors often did not know where to turn, whether they still had any relatives somewhere, or they already knew that all their loved ones were no longer alive, that they were completely alone and homeless. They were deeply exhausted and sick. Some died shortly after liberation from diseases such as typhus, or because their weakened bodies could no longer tolerate the food they were now given. Many of the deportees first had to make their way from the now Soviet-occupied part of Europe to their old homeland, which was not easy without papers or money. They were confronted with mistrust. Some thought they were German perpetrators and did not believe that they had been persecuted. Why would they be alive and speak German? Their journey was sometimes dangerous, and the Jewish woman now had to fear being raped by Soviet soldiers. In addition, the journey through the post-war terminal was often chaotic and took a long time. Nevertheless, many of them tried to make their way back to their hometowns, as this was their only point of reference for them possibly finding relatives if they had survived. The uncertainty tortured them. And for those who already knew that none of their relatives survived, the question of where they should go, how and where they could make a new start was even more pressing. In their first letters to relatives abroad, many of the survivors described their painful experiences in the final years as early as 1945. As this one, I already quoted it. Here, this is Siegfried Ziering again, who writes a letter from Sweden just after liberation to his father, who had been able to emigrate to England just before the war started. By writing down their experiences, they perhaps also tried to understand themselves what had happened to them. Some began detailed reports that documented their fate, the fate of their loved ones, and the German crimes. At the time they wrote their first reports, some were still fearing about their relatives and hoping for a reunion. Erna Falk, whose testimony you see, well, sort of see on the slide, who returned to her hometown of Goch in June 30th, 1945, really met her husband Walter, who had come from Buchenwald to Buchenwald from Stutthof a few days later. And when she wrote down her account of her experiences, she had still not been able to find out anything specific about her daughter Leni, who had been placed in the care of relatives in the Netherlands in 1938. So when she wrote this report, she was still hoping that Leni might still be alive. The sad certainty came later. The 10-year-old had been deported with her uncle and aunt via Westerbork to Sobibor in 1943 and murdered there. Bernd Hase, who made all these drawings I've been showing you, later recalled how, when he had regained his strength, decided to go home, although home sounded strange to him, not fitting. He no longer had a home. But he was convinced that his family would return there if they had survived. He had last seen his mother and sister briefly through the fence in Stutthof. He arrived in Gelsenkirchen on August 11, 1945, and I quote, "I was home, or at least back where it all began." He managed to find his half-sister who had emigrated to the US in time. Everyone else was dead. His father, who had fled to Belgium before the war began, had later been murdered in Auschwitz, and he also waited in vain for his mother and his sister Ingrid. He did not know and never found out whether they had been murdered in Stutthof, died from the conditions there, or perished on a death march. They simply never came back. And Käthe Fries began to write down her long testimony in Sweden, in the camp of Holzbybrunn in June 1945, initially still full of hope of seeing her husband again, from whom she had been separated after arriving at the Hamburg-Fuhlsbüttel police prison in the beginning of 1945. So he had been deported to Bergen-Belsen, and she was still hoping that he was alive. And so for a week, she wrote several pages each day on a typewriter. And then she wrote nothing for a whole week. And on July 1st, she continued the testimony. In the days in between, she had learned of her husband's death in Bergen-Belsen. And she wrote in her testimony, I quote, "Today, I decided to return to the typewriter, and it feels like an eternity has passed, a cruel eternity. And I am a completely different person who is now continuing the story of her life. Gori is dead. My Gori is no longer alive. I want to shout it out to the world, and I cannot believe it. Gori, my love, how could you leave me so cruelly now, when everything could have been so beautiful? I clutch my head and I can't get it down. I cry bitterly, and then I stare in front of me again and call out your name." End of quote. So, and her testimony has been published in a German edition. Edith Blau was petrified after the liberation in Denmark. She could no longer do anything and did not want to speak. She and her mother stayed with a Danish doctor who examined her. She suffered from depression. Years later, she remembered in an interview that she had imagined her liberation to be so great. But now she had the impression that nobody cared what had happened. And the Danish doctor gave her a writing pad and a pencil and told her to write it down if she didn't want to talk. And that's how she ended up writing down everything within 2 days and 1 night. And this is the story behind this impressive testimony from which I have quoted today. And afterwards, she said later in an interview, she felt like a new person and would never stop talking about the topic again. To conclude, Raoul Hilberg once wrote that every city has its own deportation history. And I would say it goes much further. Each and every deportee has their own story. Only very few survived and were able to tell their stories after liberation. And yet, an astonishing number of testimonies have survived that document the individual stories of persecution and deportation. Today, I have just presented really only a few very early testimonies from Jews deported to Riga. There are many, many more of these stories to tell. And so I would like to end with a quote from Hilde Zander, later Sherman, who was deported to Riga from Düsseldorf. And she writes at the end of her later written testimony, I quote, "My fate is just one of thousands and thousands. Every single one of our survivors could write a book. Each one would be different and yet similar." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Love. And now, questions? First. Ladies first. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation and congratulations with your book. I wanted to ask you, please, to tell a little bit about contacts with local Jews in Riga.
About?
Contacts with local Jews in the Riga ghetto.
Yeah.
And was it mutual help and how it was? Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. This is such an important topic, and this is not just about Riga, such an important topic, but in my whole book, especially also with the confrontation of Polish Jews and German Jews in the ghettos in occupied Poland and also in Minsk. In Riga, well, before, as I said, before the German Jews arrived, there were these mass murders, and the Germans killed especially Latvian Jewish women and children. So the bunch of survivors of these mass killings were Jewish men, and the German Jews were living in a separate ghetto. So this really distinguishes the ghettos in Minsk and Riga from those in occupied Poland. There were separate ghettos, and they were even fenced off. So there was this German ghetto. They even had a German Jewish council. This is also similar in Riga and in Minsk. So, and contacts were officially forbidden. But of course, this didn't mean that there were no contacts. And what I found in the testimonies is, well, there was this kind of like antagony, and there were prejudices, and they came from different cultures. But I have the impression that it was not as bad as in occupied Poland, where I found some like really like in diaries from the Łódź ghetto, for example. They were really, the German Jews felt so much more cultivated and looked down at these dirty Polish Jews. You find these kind of quotes in the diaries, and it was also the other way around. And I have the impression that it wasn't as bad in Riga. I found many testimonies where, for example, Edith Blau remembers after the war that these devastated Jewish men who just lost her families would throw some food over the fence when they saw the German Jewish children. So there seems to have been help. There were also contacts, but mainly between the younger deportees and the younger Latvian Jewish men. The older generation, at least what I found in the sources, seems to have been, I mean, there was a cultural distance, there was a language barrier. Not everywhere. I mean, there were many Latvian Jews who spoke German, so this made it easier as well compared to the situation in Poland. But it seems to be especially the younger Jews who tried to find contact, and there were even some marriages after the war. Also, Edith Blau, in her testimony, explains how she fell in love and found the love of her life in Riga, but she never found him after the war. There were some marriages, so there was context, but there was also mistrust. And there was also, I mean, what happened just before the German Jews arrived was that large parts of the Latvian Jews were killed to make room for the German Jews. And this is something what also influenced the relationship. I did not find this explicitly for Riga, but in Minsk, I also found testimonies that made this connection, that made the connection that, okay, we really had to convince them that we didn't want to come here, that it wasn't our fault that we were brought here. So, yeah, it was a complicated story. And then also the German Jews needed the Latvian Jews to help them bartering. They didn't know the place, they didn't know the language, they didn't have contact with any locals. So they really also needed the Latvian Jewish help to be able to smuggle food and to barter and to find contact with the Latvian non-Jewish population. So it was really complicated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and the amazing sources you presented here. I've got a question regarding the relationship between the perpetrators and the victims. The persecutors and the persecuted, both were Germans somewhere in the east, and the question is, was there some kind of a special inter-German relationship between the German Jews deported to Riga and their German perpetrators? Maybe some came from the same cities, and did this give them some additional room for maneuver, or the opposite? Did it close room for maneuver, bribery or something like that?
Mm-hmm. It seems to have been the case quite often that Germans, both in the administration but also companies, that they would gladly accept German Jews as their workers because they knew the same, they spoke the same language. So that was the first thing, that really, like, the German officials wanted to have these German Jews as opposed to the Latvian Jews. And then, I mean, I read again and again, I wrote cases of, like, German soldiers who would smuggle letters for the deported Jews. It was strictly forbidden to write letters in Riga, I mean, to write letters home. And so again and again, I wrote about cases where some soldiers would smuggle these letters and would also bring food and parcels back to the deported Jews. And in some testimonies, survivors also mentioned that they actually met somebody in the German administration or a soldier whom they knew before the war. But this is really like random evidence, I have to say. It's not that I've found many of these kind of, and then it's also not really relations. So, and you asked whether this situation gave them more room of maneuver. I would even say it even deceived them in a way. I had testimonies from Minsk where somebody, an Austrian Jew, wrote in his diary that he feels a bit safer because he gets along so well with the Austrian SS because they have the same dialect. But then in the end they were all killed as well. So it was even, maybe it even led to a further misunderstanding of their situation. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. It was really fascinating and illustrative. I guess my question is based on this quote you bring at the end and your interpretation of it, in saying that all of these, not only cities have stories, but all of these individuals have stories that should be told. I was curious about your criteria of selection for... I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah, so based on this kind of quote you bring at the end and saying that not only each city has a story, but each individual, I was wondering if you could talk a bit about your criteria of selection for the different sources and accounts that you use. How did you choose to include what you included, and why? Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. So yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, my criteria was, I wanted deportees perspective. So I basically took and tried to collect everything I could find, like letters, testimonies, everything that deported Jews wrote. So, like for all the background information, I chose literature. I mean, there are many historians who already did this kind of research, and I was really only looking for the Jewish perspective. But then it still remains a question, especially for Riga, as relatively many Jews survived. It's like about 1,000 of those deportees. There are many testimonies from Riga. So I still had to somehow decide which story makes it into the book and which one not. And this was really a tough decision. Because I mean, obviously, if you choose this perspective and if you choose to give those deportees a voice, it's also about like creating a kind of monument. And so if you exclude narratives, it felt really bad in every single case, and the book would have been much longer. And then my editor said that it's becoming repetitive if I quote again and again and again about, for example, these kind of like children's actions. Probably you know this problem. You have all these testimonies describing how terrible this was, and you want to quote them all, and you just can't. So, I mean, I really tried to find some narratives that were relatively common, so to tell some of those stories that many survivors testified for. And then I concentrated on those very early testimonies, and for other places I also found letters and postcards, like for earlier deportations from, for example, there were deportations from Vienna to the east of occupied Poland, and these deportations took place already in the February of 41, and in these cases they were allowed to send letters and postcards home and even photographs. So in these cases, and this is also one of the photograph on the cover of my book, is from one of these Viennese groups deported to Opole Lubelski, and they would even ask the local photographer to take these pictures. So I have their perspective again, even in these pictures. So, yeah.
It's a very interesting presentation that brings up those voices of survivors up front. And my question is, did you find any differences between wartime, immediate post-war and post-war stories, and if so, how did you approach these differences and disruptions? Yes.
Yeah, thanks for this question. It's a great question. I mean, whenever I found contemporary sources written before 45, I try to use these, and of course there are huge differences between those, like the letters and postcards I just mentioned. You can really follow the development, how the deported Jews started understanding what was going on and how they would interpret it in the beginning, and then there was really like a development. So I have some cases where Jews from Vienna wrote postcards and letters for almost a year, and they would write 2 or 3 times a week. So you can really follow the development. And then, I mean, there's very early testimonies, and I was really glad that I found so many of those that were really written in 45. You can really see a difference to those that have been written very late, or to the oral testimonies. This was really like the first trying to like organize their thoughts and to say what just happened, and they didn't know already what like the whole picture looked like. So they are really different from, like, for example, this case of Edith Blau, where I could compare these early testimonies to her Shoah Foundation interview. I mean, there's obviously so much more interpretation in this interview and this first testimony. And with Edith Blau, I have postcards she wrote from the deportation train, and then I have a testimony she wrote. This is such a fascinating story. She came together with her mother from Stutthof to the countryside and was working on a farm. And because she was originally from Danzig, Gdansk, this was the case I was telling you about yesterday, she managed to get into touch with her former nanny, and she visited her at this farmhouse, and she wrote a letter to her uncle in Germany telling him about everything that had happened until then, and that now she's so desperate because she knows she has to go back to Stutthof, and she doesn't know whether she will survive. So I even have this kind of document which is like in between everything, and so she knows what happened until then, but she knows she has to go back to Stutthof and doesn't know whether she will survive. And then several months later she writes this testimony in May 45. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, now Ilya first.
So as you mentioned the postcards, I have a question that at the moment of deportation, or soon after deportation, what did those friends, relatives, and so on who were still in Germany, what did they know about the fate of people who were sent to Riga? Because I somehow recall, I've tried now to find, but I could not, that in Arolsen I've seen the postcards or letters from the Red Cross that were sent to somebody in 1942 in Germany who was inquiring about the fate of relatives or friends, describing how they beautifully live in Riga, and here is the address, Leipziger Straße, this and that. But it was from one of the transports from which almost everybody was killed. Yeah, and they were inquiring about somebody who was 60 whatever years old, so obviously who was among the victims. So there were attempts to deceive the staying relatives. So do you have any information on that concerning Greek, or maybe we can find parallels in other places? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and it's so hard to like generalize here because I can only find like these small evidence in single documents, so it's really tough to say something in general here. But I did find some hints, like for example, Viktor Klemperer in Dresden writes in his diary already by the end of January 42 that he heard that the Berlin Jews were shot in Riga. So there are these kind of hints that there was knowledge and information came back to the German Reich. And also in the documents of those Jews deported, I read many of these farewell letters. So when somebody got this order to show up for deportation, they would write farewell letters to their children. And these very early ones in October and November 41, you can really tell that they didn't know what's going to happen, and they would write these long letters and saying that they really hope that they will see each other again, and in most of the cases they only knew that it's going to the east and we're supposed to be working there. And then I had some farewell letters from people deported like a year later, where they are very clear and okay, we're not going to survive this. So it's really hard to say something like really general about what people knew and what not. And so, and of course this is also true for those relatives. You asked about the relatives. I mean, as I said, in 41, people were still allowed to send postcards and letters, but then from Riga and Minsk it wasn't allowed. But then we know there were some letters that have been smuggled. So probably there was some knowledge, and some relatives knew more. Like for example, this uncle, Edith Blau's uncle, received postcards and also this letter. So it's really, you really cannot say anything general here.
This is a really important project, and I think for me, partly because it's combining the different historiographies, right? It's taking a German Jewish story, a Western kind of a particular Holocaust story, and then bringing it to the East. And so I wonder if you could just say anything about that. Like, what do we get from bringing these into conversation, bringing them together? How does it change how we understand the Holocaust?
Whew, that's a tough one. Well, what this tells us about how we understand the Holocaust, I really have to think about this, I guess. For me, it was really important. I mean, in Germany, there's such a lot of historiography. There are so many local initiatives working about like deportations from this and that city. So we really have a lot of knowledge about who was deported from which German city. And there are these stumbling stones. So we have the deportees' names and everything. And I've been doing a lot of research on occupied Poland and the ghettos in occupied Poland. And so I came to this whole topic from the other perspective, from this kind of Holocaust in Eastern Europe perspective. And my first book was on the large ghetto, and there we have these about 20,000 Western Jews, how they called them, deported to the ghetto, and with all those conflicts that I just very briefly mentioned. And since then, I had in my mind, I really want to tell the story about those deported German and Austrian Jews and how they were just thrown into this very foreign world, had to navigate in this world. There was social context with the locals. They didn't understand what was happening. And so I always wanted to bring these stories together because, as I said, there's a lot of historiography on those German places of origin, and then also a lot of historiography on the ghettos. But I wanted to bring these stories together. About your bigger question about how this makes us maybe better or understand the Holocaust differently, I really have to think about it, I guess.
Thank you. Maybe the very, very last question. No? That's good, because we actually are on time for lunch, so perfectly. Thank you so much, Professor Lohr, for your presentation, and thank everyone.
Before we start the session, a technical announcement concerning what happens today. So after all the presentations we have, both the papers and the institutional presentations, those who want, we walk to the Museum Jews in Latvia and the Jewish community, which is a 10-minute walk from here, across a beautiful park. We have a tour of the museum. And then at 6, we have an event at the museum, which is a presentation of 2 books on history of small Jewish communities in Latvia. Both books are in English, and both books will be purchasable or acquirable. So one is the community of Varakļāni in eastern Latvia, written by Kaspars Strots, who is a historian, native of the town, now works in a war museum in Riga. And another is the book about community of Jaunjelgava in central western Latvia, Friedrichstadt or Naira, which was written by Viktor Schatz, who is a biologist, descendant of a very prominent family of the town, who for about 20 years was working on the history of the community. Unfortunately, he himself got COVID, so he will not be present. So I will be shortly telling about the book and its content, and we'll have their comments from Ines Runce, a historian formerly in our museum and now in the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, and also a prominent researcher of Jewish history. And so it altogether will take about an hour, and after that we'll have possibility to socialize, grab some coffee, or you will be set free of us around 7. And so on Thursday, we have the tour of Jewish sites and Holocaust sites in Riga, which will not include the museum, so we will be more relaxed with the schedule. So for us not to be running, we decided to schedule the museum visit today. I know that many of you have been to our museum, many of you have been to the Jewish heritage sites as well, so feel free
also to omit some parts, but also feel free to join. Thank you, and I give the floor to the panel.
Okay, we are beginning our post-lunch panel, and the first presenter today is this panel is Konstantin Fuks. Konstantin Fuks received his PhD in History and Jewish Studies in 2024 from the University of Toronto, where he completed his dissertation named The Soviet-Latvian War Effort, Experiencing, Remembering and Narrating the History of the Second World War. His research and publications focus on the social history of the war, occupation, revolution and the Holocaust in Latvia, with an emphasis on reclaiming the untold stories of Latvians who fought on the Soviet side during the Second World War. He is currently working on turning his dissertation into his first book and on the second project titled Latvian Jews in War, Confronting the Holocaust. Using newly discovered sources such as wartime letters and memoirs, his second study explores the story of the resistance and survival of Latvian Jews who found shelter from the Holocaust in the Soviet Union. His works had been published in the annual Archive of Jewish History and Tablet magazine, and his new article, The Latvian Division as a Testing Ground, the reintroduction of national formations of the Red Army during the Second World War, will appear in the Journal of Slavic Military Studies in the summer of 2025. Konstantin, the floor is.
Thank you, Arkady, and hello, everyone. And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for being invited to present this paper at the conference. Thank you, and let's begin. My topic is forging the first awareness of the Holocaust. How did Latvian Jewish Red Army soldiers learn about the Nazi atrocities in their homeland? In late 1943, Lieutenant Leivik Rīsin returned from the hospital to the Latvian Reserve Regiment in the Gerhavets military camps near Gorky, Russia, with the Soviet retreat from Latvia in 1941. The regiment became a place for replenishing Latvian Red Army units from Latvian evacuees and ethnic Latvians from the Soviet heartland. Upon his return, documentarians from the Commission on the History of the Great Patriotic War asked him to write a memoir. Rīsin wrote about his participation in the Soviet counteroffensive at Moscow in December 1941 in the ranks of the 21st Latvian Rifle Division, when he also shared his impressions of German brutality. Like many Soviet Jews, Lieutenant Rīsin didn't separate the non-Jews from the Jew, depicting his reaction to German cruelty towards Soviet citizens in liberated territories. He wrote, quote, "The feeling of revenge tormented our hearts for the burned villages, for the tortured women and children, for all their atrocities that have no name," end of quote. Then he wrote that they would beat the fascist beast to such an extent that generations of Germans would remember the Soviet Holy Land, covered with their rotten bones and absorbing their black blood. Trying to make sense of unseen cruelty, Rīsin resorted to the language of the universal suffering of all Soviet people, and maybe to create space for his own losses of Jewish friends and family in Latvia. The soaring hate propaganda of portraying all Germans in Ilya Ehrenburg writings as Nazis must have fueled the desire for ethnic revenge. Yet the centrality of a common suffering was paramount in his and many other records of Jewish soldiers until they returned home to Latvia in 1944. What did Jewish Red Army soldiers know about the Holocaust? And how did they learn and make sense of what was happening to Jews in the occupied territories? There is a certain consensus that the Allies were informed of the mass killings of the European Jews, but didn't do enough to inform the public. Neither the United States nor Britain considered it a priority to draw too much attention to the story of Jewish suffering until late 1942. It can be also argued that the Soviet Union also self-censored information about the murder of Soviet Jews, albeit for different reasons. Although the Soviet press didn't suppress information about the massacres, there was no intention to emphasize the uniqueness of the Holocaust. The Jewish victims were treated as Soviet citizens amid the suffering of all Soviet people. So, using Soviet wartime ego documents, this presentation will attempt to trace how the Latvian Jewish Red Army soldiers came to know and became aware of the Holocaust in Latvia. As Walter Laqueur, German-American historian of the Holocaust, argued about the blindness of perception, the paradox of knowing and still not being aware was a common experience when confronted with information about the Holocaust. Although information about the killing became public knowledge by late 1942, many people in the West, including Jews, found it hard to believe all those reports. So expanding on this concept, in Soviet case, I argue that by 1943, Latvian Jewish soldiers knew a lot about the murder of Jews in their homeland. They didn't deny the reports, but many still found it extremely difficult to fully comprehend the scale of the atrocities until they returned home. The soldiers knew about the killings primarily from Soviet sources, which encouraged them to interpret Jewish suffering in universal Soviet terms, yet their first awareness of the Holocaust as a distinct tragedy for their people came when they learned about the mass killings from the survivors and their neighbors in Latvia. This intimate experience of bearing witness to the aftermath of the Nazi crimes in their homeland forced them to rediscover their Jewishness and question their identity and belonging. The story of the Jews who evacuated to the Soviet Union and fought in the Red Army represents a somewhat lesser known chapter in the history of Latvia's Jews during the Holocaust. With the German attack, between 15,000 and 18,000 Latvian Jews fled to the Soviet rear. They left the Republic as Soviet combatants, evacuees, or refugees. And together with the deported Latvian Jews in the rear and at the front constituted about 20% of Latvia's Jewish population. Almost all of the remaining 74,000 of Latvia's 94,000 Jews died in the Holocaust. About 5,000 Latvian Jews joined the Red Army to fight in the Latvian national formations, and more than 2,000 died in battle. The first version of the 21st Latvian Rifle Division, organized in 1941, had the highest number of Jews, 17%, almost over 1,700 soldiers, only less than in the Lithuanian division. Many of them fought in the battles of Moscow and the Staraya Russa from December 1941 to 1944, and before returning to Latvia in July 1944, just over 1,000 Jews in the newly created 130th Latvian Rifle Corps of the Red Army, which represented for almost 8% of the corps. During the war, many Latvian Jewish soldiers became chroniclers of their own war. Diaries and letters from the front were the earliest accounts. From 1942, many of them told their stories for Soviet historical commissions, which began collecting autobiographical accounts from soldiers to document the Soviet war effort. The Latvian Central Committee was one of the first to create their own commission in March 1942, which collected hundreds of memoirs from soldiers of the Latvian division. In August 1942, the Latvian Commission established contacts with the primary commission, headed by the historian of the USSR Academy of Sciences, Isaac Mintz. Together, they collected over 280 interviews with Latvian soldiers, including the Jews. Certainly, the Latvian organizers of the commission were driven by a performative desire to showcase Latvians' loyalty to the Soviet cause. In fact, the Latvian division produced more chroniclers than any other division in the Red Army. And many Jewish soldiers participated in recording their stories during and immediately after the war. Certainly, these stories were produced by the moment. They reinforced emerging discourses of Soviet war propaganda, but they were also produced, they were produced for the moment. They reinforced emerging discourses of Soviet war propaganda, but they were also produced by the moment, reflecting certain experiences of Jewish soldiers and Latvians who fought in the Red Army. There was a sense of urgency in the soldiers' memoirs and interviews to show that they were not strangers in the Soviet Union, especially when early in the war they faced distrust by Moscow, which perceived them as potential fifth columnists. So those memoirs served as a proof of their desire to fight. And as a result of this performative act of writing history, there are reflections on the war-produced stories that were in line with Soviet war propaganda and its discursive language, which many Latvian soldiers, including Jews, consciously adopted in their public statements. However, since the materials were not yet subject to a certain canon that was established in the Soviet Union after the war, many spoke openly about heavy losses, cowardice, ethnic conflicts, and the Kremlin's distrust towards the Balts. Importantly, for the scope of this presentation, these ego documents shed light on the earliest reactions of Jewish soldiers to German atrocities, including the Holocaust in Latvia. Okay. Okay. Thank you. The considerable number of Latvian Jews who took up arms suggests a certain sense of urgency. What did they know about the Nazi threat? Answering this question will require an excursion to the events that produced and followed the Soviet conquest of Latvia in 1940. Hitler's rise to power, the November 1938 pogrom, and the fate of Polish Jews prompted many Latvian Jews to turn to the Soviet Union, although their attitude towards the Soviets was by no means monolithic. One didn't need to be a communist to understand who was for Jews the lesser of two evils, the Soviet Union or fundamentally anti-Jewish Nazi Germany. After the Soviet invasion in June 1940, many saw it as a liberation from the Nazi threat. Another reason for the attractiveness of the Soviet Union, especially among Jewish progressive youth, was the growing socioeconomic and ethnic discrimination under the authoritarian regime of Karlis Ulmanis. Although by June 1941 many became disillusioned with the new rule, the Soviet conquest sanctioned upward social mobility among disadvantaged groups who viewed the Soviet occupation and ensuing revolution as a self-evident blessing. As with Latvian, Sovietization also promoted Jews into government positions. Many soldiers highlighted in their memoirs that they had experienced dramatic social lift. The new Soviet regime, however, did not exempt the Jews from the sword of revolutionary justice. Along with Latvians and other ethnicities, the Jews of Latvia experienced repressions. There were 15,000 15,424 citizens deported to Siberia on 14 June 1941. The majority were Latvians. The second largest group were the Jews, 1,789, and proportionally the greatest number. Like other people of Latvia, Jews were not only participants in the Sovietization, but also victims of it. Nevertheless, the narrative of the takeover by Judah communists was common among nationalist Latvians. Neither did the installation of Soviet government completely save them from the genocidal violence. Quite possibly, the destruction of humanist Latvia and its political class may have led to a faster Holocaust in Latvia, as Timothy Snyder argued. Indeed, there were enough local pioneers of the Holocaust ready to kill Jews for their perceived association with the Soviet government. And yet, for many Jews, joining the Soviet Union became a blessing for survival. Was there any distinct factor that prompted Latvian Jews to urgently leave for the Soviet Union after the German attack? In the case of Jews from the Soviet heartland, the decision-making process, as Anna Sternschis argued, to stay or leave became a key moment when Jewishness became relevant again, reintroducing to them an old awareness of being Jewish, associated with distant experiences of anti-Semitism and pogroms. The decision-making of Latvian Jews to seek shelter from the Holocaust in the Soviet Union was influenced not only by old fears of pogroms, but also by increased fear of imminent violence by local nationalists after the year of Soviet power. For many, decision to evacuate, however, was not a dilemma, not for all, of course. It was more a question of time, space, and logistics. Due to the rapid advance of Germans, it was mainly Jews from Riga and eastern Latvia who managed to escape, whether they were supporters of the Soviet Union or those who were disillusioned with it. Most of them felt a mortal threat. Up to 600 Jews fought for their way east in Latvian workers' battalions. As elsewhere, it should be noted that there was no specific policy for the evacuation of Latvia's Jews. The Soviet government feared that such a policy might lead the population to think that Hitler was really fighting only Jews, fleeing Jews and communists. Nevertheless, many managed to jump on the last train leaving Riga. And after the retreat, many Jews actually volunteered to join the 21st Latvian Rifle Division immediately, organized in the Gorohovetsky military camps. The Latvian division went to the front in early December 1941 during the shooting of Jews in the Rumbula forest. The Jewish soldiers of the division knew almost nothing about the shootings, but already then they understood that nothing good awaited the remaining Jews in Latvia. Many quickly grasped the dangers of the Hitler's war of annihilation against the Soviet Union, whether they fought for the Soviet cause or for sheer survival in the Red Army. Yet, few could realize the magnitude of the cruelty that befell the Jews in Latvia. Some believed that they were all dead. Others tried to cope with the unknown, finding refuge in Soviet meanings of suffering and struggle. And yet, the hope that family and friends were alive remained until the return to Latvia. Early in the war, information about Latvia was scarce. Brocha Kreitzer, wife and mother of 2 Red Army soldiers, wrote in February 1942 to her aunt Miriam about the fate of her mother, who remained in Riga with her entire family. Quote, "Who knows how they survived all this terrible time? Do you have Tsinya?" Newspaper struggle, which is printed in Kyiv. If not, then subscribe. It costs 64 kopecks a month, end of quote. Suddenly, the newspaper of the Latvian Central Committee that not many cared before, where one could find some sort of information about Latvia, refugees, and evacuees. Concerns about the fate of loved ones and hope that they escaped was a common motif in soldiers' letters. As Jan Friedman wrote to his uncle Wolf, who evacuated to Moscow, quote, "There is one soldier in my division who lived in our house, but he knows nothing about our relatives. If you remember, Donkin and Ardov lived in our house too. They fled. I think our Aunt Fania also fled with them." End of quote. However, Jan was very worried about the fate of his father brother, Uncle Elus, and the others. They must have all perished, he assumed and mourned. Knowing what happened to those who remained behind became precious. On her 20th birthday, on September 1942, Yeva Vater wrote a letter to her friend saying that the best gift for her would be to know at least that her parents were alive in Riga. However, she quickly pledged that her brother Yuri and the entire Soviet Union would replace her parents in the event of their death. So she was trying to kind of find the refuge in Soviet terms and meanings. Some soldiers insisted somewhat unconvincingly that they didn't care about the individual suffering of their families. Sergeant Ruben Tsimkin was one of those who put the common goals to defeat the enemy above everything else, seeing himself inseparably from the fate of his new country. And this is the kind of a historical collective consciousness that was also emerging among some citizens. In a letter to his wife, he explained that their reunion would only occur after the defeat of the Germans and their return home, adding, "Believe me, I do not think about the relatives who remained in Riga at all. I want to believe that they are alive and well. However, woe to our enemies if we lose someone due to their fault. After a year of battles, one should not expect mercy and pity for the enemies from me." Indeed, for many soldiers, killing a German became an obsessive mission to appease their thirst for revenge, and many did so, fantasizing in their memoirs and letters. Yet the immediate hardships of the front helped distract them from thoughts of what was happening at home. By early 1943, the soldiers began to know more about Nazi murders. In mid-April 1943, the Latvian Central Committee sent its latest report on the killings to Secretary Georgi Malenkov, estimating that some 120,000 Latvian citizens had been killed by the Germans. The first secretary of the Latvian Central Committee, Jānis Kalnberziņš, wrote a detailed account of the Nazi persecution of Latvian Jews. He wrote that all the remaining Jews, about 60,000 incorrectly counted at that time, with the exception of a few hundred who remained in Riga and Liepāja in 1942, were brutally murdered. The inscriptions of the documents suggested the transfer of the materials to the press for propaganda purposes. Although the Soviet state was reluctant to publicly emphasize the uniqueness of Jewish suffering, for obvious reasons, information about the murder of Jews came from and leaked from newspapers. In mid-1943, the Latvian division newspaper, Latvijas Strelnieks, published edited testimonies from survivors of the Salaspils concentration camp and Riga Central Prison, telling the stories of violence against pro-Soviet populations and Jews in the early year of the occupation. From 1943, articles by a Jewish anti-fascist committee member, Max Schatz-Anin, philosopher, about the Latvian Jews fighting against fascism and the murder of the Jews in Latvia were published in Raiņa and are brought by Sofinform Bureau. As Schatz-Anin's daughter, Ruta Schatz-Mariash, recalled in her memoir during the Perestroika, his publications caused a great resonance among Latvian Jews in evacuation. The reaction of the Jewish soldiers to this information is also preserved in the letters from the front. On 5th May 1943, nurse at that time, Yeva Vater, wrote to her friend, Riva Meister, quote, "Today is my mother's birthday. It would be better if I didn't bring up that memory. It will not be easy. However, I know that out of 60,000 Jews, Hitler left only 400 in Riga, end of quote. Of course, she deemed that the parents of a communist, her brother, Yuri, and a Komsomol member herself did not survive. Didechka, she wrote, we will take revenge on the damn Fritz. Certainly, Yeva Vater knew much more than she knew before, but still not everything. In her letter, she repeated the inaccurate assessment of conversions that about a third of Latvia's 94,000 Jews managed to flee in 1941. In reality, only half of that number fled. Okay, this one I'm gonna skip, and we're gonna go to forging the first awareness. During the Soviet advance into Latvia in July 1944, more than 1,000 Jewish soldiers of the 130th Latvian Corps passed through the areas where they grew up or lived before the war. The reality of Latvia without Jews was a devastating experience that suppressed the joy of returning to a home that no longer felt like their own. The Soviet Extraordinary State Commission reports on German atrocities helped the soldiers interpret the events. But what struck them most were their encounters with locals and survivors who told them their stories of the killings. It was a moment when the intimate connection to the locality and the victims of the killings forced even staunch Soviet supporters to see the murder of the Jews as a distinct tragedy of their people, causing despair and alienation. When entering eastern Latvia in July 1944, many Latgalian Jews wanted to visit their homes with various success. Captain Nahum Rauchman took part in the liberation of his hometown, Kruspils. In his 1945 interview to the Minsk Commission, he told that he went there specifically to inspect and to only learn his hometown, to only learn that his 4 sisters with their entire families were shot there. Later, he also learned that his 9-year-old son was murdered in 1941. In late November 1944, the devastated Rauchman wrote a warning letter to his daughter, who wanted to return from evacuation. Quote, "Know that there are no relatives. There is no Seminka. There is no one from our family. I didn't find them, and no one else will find them. You must know this in advance and be prepared for it. As a result, it may turn out, just as it happened with many others and with me, that the city will seem native and alien at the same time. That is the truth, my girl. You're already an adult, and you should understand this." End of quote. However, he encouraged her to return and participate in the rebuilding. The alienation that the old revolutionary Rauchman experienced in his hometown was characteristic of many Jewish soldiers. When the Red Army took Riga on 13th October 1944, Captain Gary Baskin was eager to go to his city. He was a Rigan. He loved the city so much and dreamed about it. He thought he had come to terms with the loss of his parents. He had dreamed of a new life in Riga with his frontline partner, Tanya. His dream was quickly ruined. On 15 October, Baskin wrote her a letter from Riga. On the streets, he wrote, he didn't find and met a single acquaintance. He was in a place that once had been his home. There was nothing. Quote, "And the scariest part, he forewarned, I was in the house where the surviving Jews who miraculously escaped from the Germans are staying now. Of the 94,150 remained, 150, and he meant those who remained in Nazi occupation. All the rest were killed and shot by the Germans, including my family. According to the stories of survivors, the Germans committed monstrous atrocities. I do not want to repeat all these words. This is Majdanek, Lublin. The Germans will pay for this." To make sense of what happened, Baskin evoked Ehrenburg's article about hundreds of small Maidaniks created by the Germans in the occupied territories. At the same time, his newfound awareness of the Holocaust as his people's tragedy was informed by the intimacy of witnessing the aftermath of the killings in Riga. Blood and tears, he wrote. These are my impressions when I returned home. He then continued with the recurring alienation narrative. Quote, currently myself, I do not know what to say. The city has become somewhat alien to me. Imagine I was offered 3 days of vacation. I declined. I gave them up. Why do I need a vacation? Where will I go? What will I do? Everything here seems so familiar and yet so foreign. Like other soldiers, Captain Ruvinamdur learned the details of the massacres from locals in July 1944. In his 1945 interview, he told that he met a peasant who told him about the killings of Jews in Preili. Since then, Amdur stopped writing, as he called, triumphant letters to his wife, Gesa, in evacuation, as he did so when he liberated Belarus. He feared the worst, but still hoped somehow naively to see his family alive in Riga. On 17 October, he went to Riga and ran to his apartment on Lachplesha Street near the ghetto, right beside the... He recalled, quote, I have never experienced such a joy as when I went to the city. I thought my relatives and friends were there, but I was so disappointed I didn't find anyone, end of quote. Neighbors told him about the murder of his father in July 1941 by the self-defense forces because Amdur was a communist. In the same days, they also saw his mother wandering the streets and telling people how she gave birth to 8 children and none of them took care of her. Then he learned about the death of his mother and sisters, including their children, in the Riga ghetto during the first phase of the Rumbula massacre. With a sense of guilt that he couldn't save his family, he recalled, quote, when the neighbors told me how my mother and sisters were sent to the ghetto, when they told me about my mother killed in the ghetto, I didn't cry, but these words cut me deep to the bones, end of quote. The stories of the murder of his family and the cruel reactions of some Latvians to the Jewish tragedy deeply affected Amdur. In his conversation with those Latvians who stayed under the Germans, they all expressed a negative attitude towards the actions of the Germans, but they did so without showing much regret, as he believed. The stories of Jewish survivors on how they were treated by some Latvians were heartbreaking. At best, there was indifference. At worst, an expression of happiness and joy over the fate of the Jews. Honestly, he admitted, I saw a lot in battle, but when I heard such stories, the city, to me, seemed not native, but completely alien. End of quote. The disillusionment of the Jewish soldiers contrasted sharply with the joy of the ethnic Latvian soldiers of the Red Army who came back home and were able, some of them, many of them, able to see their parents, relatives. There was a striking difference. Visiting Riga in April 1945, Baskin was disappointed with the city. There was constant festivity. Vodka flowed in rivers, and at whose expense he lamented in one of his letters. He simply didn't want to live there. The purging of Riga from Jews was devastating and alienating for him. Perhaps later, Baskin wrote to his Tanya, when everything is restored, when people from our era return, when the wounds heal, things might be different. Then maybe we will go together to Riga. But for now, there is nothing to do in the city where I once lived, loved, and rejoiced. Nothing is left. The guilt of abandoning people haunted soldiers. It was the intimate awareness of the details of the murders that led communists like Amdur take charge of finding Jewish survivors in Riga. Together with Major Yehuda Negilev and Surgeon Israel Friedman, they helped organize the registration office for the surviving Jews of Riga, which I think located at Akas and Dertruda streets. There were no Jews in Latvia at all. Only in Riga I found 152 Jews, Amdur recalled. They escaped in different ways. Some lived underground, some lived with the Latvians, and some paid bribes to save their lives. One guy told me that they lived underground for almost 2 years. They didn't see the light of God. They were pale, so pale. To conclude, the wartime stories collected during the war and immediately, and the letters from the front showed that Latvian Jewish soldiers learned gradually about the mass killings in Latvia. However, few could comprehend the scale of the mass violence until they returned home. The sight of Latvia without Jews caused despair and alienation. Some soldiers felt that they had no future in Soviet Latvia. They later moved illegally to Palestine, but the majority tried to rebuild their life in Soviet Latvia. Many soldiers confirmed that when people began to return from evacuation, life began to prevail over death in post-Holocaust Latvia, at least for a brief moment. Finally, if there was any correlation between the growing knowledge of the mass killings and their awareness of the Holocaust as a uniquely Jewish tragedy, it was also due to the soldiers' intimate connection to the sites of violence and the victims of violence. Even for such ardent Soviet supporters as Amdur and Rauchman, the murder of Jews became a distinct phenomenon of the war, which forced them to rediscover their Jewishness in a very intimate, albeit negative way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Konstantin, for the very interesting presentations, very important topic, and I begin with one comment and two questions. My comments is especially, we can see even in this last the slide, you talked about supporters of the Soviet Union as opposition to the Jewishness. It is possible to be two supporters of the Soviet Union ideas and to be Jewish. It is not opposition. It is not. It looks like the first one. It was not even for Soviet Jews. It was not normal, especially for Latvian Jews, especially from Latgalia, for example. Yes, so it was traditional area of Jews lived in traditional territory. And there are two questions. One, it's very interesting, the question of dissemination of information about the Holocaust in the Soviet Union. And one for the question is declaration of the different countries in December 1942 about annihilation of Jews in Europe. How they reacted to this declaration. I read, for example, that in Lithuanian division, they organized even meeting dedicated to this. From this declaration, they understood about what has happened with Jews in general. And how have you found something similar? And the second question is connected to this. What is for I understand for their position about their local place, or not, I don't know, Rezekne or Ludza and so on. It is about Latvia. And from the other side, I wonder whether they saw Holocaust in general. According to this declaration, according to the Soviet newspapers. According, for example, I did not, whether they indicate the Yiddish newspapers of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, they read it and that influenced on this and so on.
Thank you for those comments. And questions. First of all, I don't want to make this dichotomy that either they fought for sheer survival or for the Soviet cause. Sometimes it can be both, for the Soviet cause and for sheer survival. Well, maybe for, there were, when the first version of the division was created, there was almost all of the Jewish Tnuah, almost all of the Jewish Tnuah, the Zionist movement joined it, the division. And I think those Soviet propaganda messages, death to fascism, also made sense to them, you know. But at the same time, they also had some sort of a kind of a particular reason why they fought, almost like in global war in survival against Nazi Germany. This is the idea of Derek Penzler, by the way. So, and this is something maybe that differentiates them from the Soviet Red Army soldiers from the Soviet heartland. That the first question about the declaration, yeah, obviously, there were always some meetings, rallies in the Red Army about German violence, and that was stimulating to motivation to fight against the Germans. I particularly didn't find any specific information that can actually cover this event. It would be great, and I think this is something that I have to look forward. But I know that in 1944, when the Red Army was moving into Latvia and across the borders, there were also meetings, rallies, and the Jews of Latvia who fought in the Red Army, who visited their places, they also shared their experiences. And these experiences of seeing the aftermath of the Holocaust, when all their family members were killed, in a way used for the propaganda purposes to steer this revenge discourses in the Red Army. So, but I will be looking for the 1942 messages. And the second question is, so there is local understanding of the Holocaust and at large. This kind of understanding. I think if we're going back to this first slide, that Leivik recently mentioned something about the crimes that have no names. I always kind of was thinking about what did he really mean by that? Because this is certainly kind of a universal term of depicting, of trying to understand the violence that they were witnessing, not just against the Jews when they confronted this reality, I mean, with their own eyes, but just at large, seeing the violence when they liberated the territories in the Russian territories, in Belarus, and also maybe even something that to do with the messages that received from abroad, because that idea that you cannot still comprehend and name the atrocities that have been committed by the Nazis that have no name. I think was it Churchill also said something, a kind of a reference about the atrocities of Germans that have no name. So I do think that there are some sources, especially explored later in the war, when there was some delegations of the Soviet Union went into the United States, and then they shared some information about the Allies and brought it back to the home. Maybe there was a kind of a sense, not just on a local level, but also on a global level. But I think I will have to look at those questions in my future works. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. These early sources are just remarkable. And these quotations, it's really great to see. I'm wondering about this sort of specific experience of Latvia with the Soviet Union coming in, the kind of incomplete Sovietization, and the fact that many of these young people would have really experienced what the Soviet Union is in the Red Army rather than before. And if there are ways in which, I mean, yours doesn't have to be a comparative study, but there has been writing about soldiers coming back to Ukraine or about Polish Jews returning from the Soviet Union. Is there something particular about this Latvian experience?
I think so. And like we can also argue that there are some studies about military as a school of nation, and certainly the soldiers, particularly at the front, were bombarded by Soviet conditioning at the front and were becoming almost like Soviets at the time. A lot of them learn Russian. I'm not talking only about the Jewish soldiers, but the improved Russian, or learn how to speak properly in Soviet terms of Bolshevik language. And we're speaking about Latvians, I mean, not just Jews. When they joined the Red Army, I mean, only 40% of them were fluent in Russian, and they learned that language at the front. Certainly, and this is something that I'm really interested about, the experiences of becoming Soviet at the front and in evacuation, and experiences of alienation or anti-Semitism, because I saw a lot of new novel work appear about the experiences of Jews in evacuation. Natalia Belsky, for instance, about the Jews who kind of experienced those instances of anti-Semitism that made them feel that more alienated. So those experiences kind of build up their alienation in the later years. Or, for instance, Goldman's work on the Soviet home front, where they were arguing that, well, there were instances, but they were not representative of the entire population. So I myself would like to look in comparative fashion how the Jews experienced that Sovietization at the front and evacuation. And this is one of my goals in my next project, Soviet Jews at War Confronting the Holocaust. But because I think there are differences. There are differences. And certainly there were also experiences of anti-Semitism at the front by the Jews, and there were many instances of those. So I hope I was able to, in some way, to answer that question.
Thank you so much. In terms of sources, I wanted to ask, could you elaborate, please, what is Latvian Historical Commission? It was written, it was established in 1942. What is that?
The sources?
Yeah.
Latvian Commission on the History of the Great Patriotic War.
Yeah, what is that?
What is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's, well, how to start it? It's a Soviet project. It's a Soviet project that has a tradition in collecting autobiographies and records and memoirs, collecting those memoirs from the active participants, actual participants, and it's just going back all the way to the revolution. No.
It's not connected to Soviet Extraordinary Commission?
Sorry.
Is it connected to Soviet Extraordinary Commission?
No, it's not connected. No.
Okay.
No, it's not connected directly, but stylistically there are some similarities. Okay. Because in general, well, there are different purposes. Well, this Extraordinary State Commission was created for a particular purpose, okay, to record detailed accounts of Nazi atrocities for trials. Yeah? The Commission on the History of the Great Patriotic War had a different mission. They wanted to record stories for posterity about the Great Patriotic War, and also to use them for propaganda purposes. And as I mentioned before, I mean, like, the Red Army produced many thousands of accounts, and ironically, the Latvian division produced the most chroniclers during the war, because they had their own commission. And of course, at the beginning of the war, and when it was possible to happen, it just started after the Battle of Moscow, when that victory gave some space for the historians to start their projects to record the Soviet war effort. It started with Isaac Means, but there were also parallel commissions developed, like mushrooming across the Soviet Union, and of course Latvians were one of the first who did so, because they had a lot of experience. They also recorded their experiences of the Civil War in the 1930s. So what, in a way, that older tradition was regenerated. And they also wanted kind of to prove themselves that they're loyal. And because in 1941, the Latvians, despite even those who were committed to the Soviet Union, they experienced tremendous distrust at the front by the Moscow authorities. So, and part of the reason why they also came up with this project is just to prove themselves that they were worthy Soviet citizens. And a lot of soldiers, including the Jewish ones, responded to the call and started writing their histories during the war. And there are dozens of memoirs of Jewish soldiers and interviews that have been taken by both historical commissions, the Latvian Commission on the History of the Great Patriotic War, sources in the former party archive, in the Latvian State Archives, and there were also the interviews that were collected by Minsk Commission, located right now in Moscow. And I used various sources from Moscow, from Riga archives, and from Israel archive, because there are also in Yad Vashem some of the sources that could be very useful for this project.
I have two different questions. One is just an information question. How does this story continue? I mean, you end in Riga, but the Red Army moved further.
Yeah.
So what happens in Poland and Germany? I mean, they come across difficult places. Some maybe participate in the battle for Berlin. So I sort of wonder, how does this continue? And the second sort of related question is, I mean, the Soviet Union was a totalitarian regime, so there's self-censorship, right? So there's a lot of stuff they can't write about, or they have to be very careful. So in a sense, the sources are also tricky to deal with. And I only know the story of Yevgeny Khaldei, the photographer. And so there's the story after 1991, when people could speak more openly. And he was still alive, so I know he came to Berlin for an exhibition. And so many of these veterans were still alive, some, and they could speak very openly about this. But that's certainly not, you had to be very careful what you put in a letter that you write home, or write somewhere, right, or something that you document, because it could be used, right?
Yeah, I got those two questions. May I answer first the first question? Oh, the second question, because, well, I mean, like, you certainly have to take Soviet sources with caution, yeah, and you have to develop a certain approach. Well, I kind of look for those events on which I can build upon, let's say, the creation of the Latvian division. Oh, the creation of Latvian division is a huge event. And suddenly I have hundreds of memoirs who are talking about their experiences. So I never separate ideology or some ideology from the experiences. I'm trying to build those interpretations together. Yeah. So, and obviously, letters from the front. Well, the Soviet state inserted itself into the private world of the soldiers. Soldiers knew about this, that there is some sort of a censorship, you know, and some of them even talked with the censors in the letter. You know what, please let this move forward, you know, because it's very important for my family. But at the same time, what I was trying to say that still, in the war, there was, what I'm talking about is some sort of a spontaneous liberalization of the source, where there were no canons yet developed. You know, what to talk and what you can talk about and what you can't talk about. Because, for instance, I had plenty of interesting memoirs written by the Latvian soldiers about, let's say, the first year of the war, how they just retreated from Latvia and fought in Estonia, and some Latvian soldiers were kind of very negative towards the Jews, arguing that those Jews didn't want to fight, they only wanted to flee. So, well, it's in a way kind of, if you're thinking about censorship, well, you would want to, if you knew that something like this, because, you know, you're basically talking something against friendship of people, it's in a kind of official version, yeah, but you're still writing it, so you're not familiar. And a lot of soldiers at that time were not completely familiar with what is allowed to say and what is not allowed to say, because they were not yet as Soviet as those who were educated like for 20 years in the Soviet heartland. So that's one of those issues. Of course, you have to take very carefully the sources and try to interpret them. But there were some cases of the spontaneous liberalization. And the other question is about this larger perspective, Red Army. Well, interestingly, because when the Red Army moved into Latvia, they considered it as part of the Soviet Union and Republic, and they thought, well, take it in consideration this way. Even though there are some Latvians who were collaborating with the Germans, they still considered that they were coming to liberate part of the Soviet Union. In the case of when they entered Europe, I think they kind of entered a more hostile zone, even more hostile than Latvia, because still it was considered to be technically, in Soviet terms, part of the Soviet Union, you know. So I haven't worked on this broader perspective, but I probably will have to. I know some of the colleagues who work on Red Army, let's say in Yugoslavia, or Red Army in Germany. Obviously, these were in a way similar but also different experiences. I will have to look at it. I just cannot answer that question because I don't have that expertise to say something that firmly. Yeah.
And the last question.
Thank you very much for the brilliant presentation. You mentioned in your presentation and in your responses the distrust, right? The distrust to new Soviet citizens like it was in Latvia and in all the Baltics. What about the soldiers? I wouldn't expect that in their autobiographies they would mention the instances of distrust or discrimination, but you have other sources. Could you comment on that, on the procedure itself? Was it that if you declare yourself that you are going to the army, you are accepted immediately, or is it some, gray zone and you are not allowed to enlist immediately? What do other sources say on that issue?
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely there are layers of different sources. The wartime sources that have been recorded immediately after the war. post-war, post-Soviet sources, and that there are different interpretations. But what I was trying to say about the distrust, there were instances of Latvian soldiers writing in their memoirs that they were distrusted. It's very interesting. I'll give you one example. A very committed soldier, Latvian, Karlis. He was fighting all the way from Riga to Leningrad at the time, and he fought in the Latvian regiment in Estonia. And they said, he wrote in his memoir that, you know what, we want to fight, but we don't have weapons. And they called them the Russian divisions in the Red Army. They didn't give us weapons because they didn't trust us. They didn't give us machine guns. They didn't trust us. We had to gain those weapons. And there are multiple accounts like this. And there was something else that you commented. Yeah, it's just...
It is a continuation of the same. First of all, thank you that you pointed out that there are instances in memoirs, but of just episodes of distrust presented in the memoirs or autobiographies. But I was talking about was it all unofficial, or was it some official procedure? Like before you enlist, you need to prove something or something.
Yeah, it's a good question. When there was an evacuation, about 56,000 Latvian citizens were either evacuated or came to the interior of the Soviet Union. And there were among them about 15 to 18,000 Jews. And at the beginning, not everywhere Jews were actually allowed to be enlisted in the Latvian division. There was a directive by Stalin to create the Latvian division on August 3rd, 1941, but not everyone knew in the regions of evacuation, in those military units, that Jews could be allowed to be mobilized or enlisted to the Latvian division. And there are many instances. There are many instances in the letters from the front that they're writing to their families saying that, you know what, I went to the enlistment service, but I was refused. And they told me, you know what, you're not a Latvian, you're a Jew. What do you have to do with the Latvian division? There were also, I haven't found this type of stories in the memoirs of the soldiers during the war and in the interviews. But I did find this type of narratives in the letters. In the letters during the evacuation and at the beginning, during the war, when some of the Jewish soldiers said, finally I was accepted. But I also found this type of narratives in post-war memoirs or interviews. Or in interviews, for instance, that were conducted by Dov Levin from 1950s to 1970s with Lithuanian, Estonian, and Latvian soldiers and evacuees who fought in the Lithuanian, Estonian, and Latvian Red Army. Yes, there were. And this is a kind of another project and a lens through which you can perceive those events of the past. And what I also found that in Dov Levin interviews, I didn't bring it up because I wanted to focus on one thing. There is some correlation. There is some correlation about this feel of despair and alienation among Zionist soldiers who ran away, who moved illegally to Palestine through the Briha movement, and even in the narratives of the Soviet supporters. So it was almost like a kind of a universal feeling, regardless of your political inclinations. Yes.
Thank you, Konstantin.
Thank you.
Ну, давайте попробуем сделать вас. Так, были здесь, да, были здесь.
Ой, я пойду воды возьму.
Берите.
Okay. Our second presenter of this panel is Serafima Velkovich. She is a PhD candidate at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, waiting for the official approval. We're also waiting for it. The theme of the interdisciplinary research is the next chapter, DP-born baby boomers in search of their identity. Supervisors Professor Dalia Ofer and Professor Edna Lomsky-Feder. The topics of interest are microhistory of Holocaust survivors' families in DP camps, DP baby boom, Holocaust memory, former DP babies' personal and group identity. Serafima was a year fellow in the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw. She received scholarship from the Yad Vashem and the Avram Harman Institute for Contemporary Jewry. Last publication, Polish Citizenship as a Way to Freedom, How Soviet Jews Escaped Totalitarian Regime Using Polish Documents, in Friedler and Nesselrod, History and Memory of Polish Jews in the USSR. Serafima is the head of the Family Roots Research section in the Yad Vashem archives, has been working there almost 20 years. Okay, and today's presentation, I can't rest until I have done everything I can to save the remnant. How Latvian and Lithuanian Jews escaped totalitarian regime using Polish documents just after the Holocaust.
Thank you so much, Arkady, and I also want to gratitude organizers for having me here today. I'm really happy to present this topic. I think it's a very important and interesting story which happened during very short, immediately aftermath period in Latvia. So I want firstly to give very shortly background and context of what's happened, speaking about Polish Jews who repatriated back from Soviet Union. At the end of World War II, among the survived Polish Jews, there were about 230,000 who were deported and evacuated to the Soviet Union, and after 6 years of ordeal, starting from the end of 1945, those who survived and held Polish citizenship could be repatriated back to Poland, according to Soviet-Polish agreement signed on July 6, 1945. The agreement, which laid down the rules of repatriation, had buried the ethnic Poles and Jews. And I just want to show some examples of the document. This is approval of repatriation for former Polish citizens. The majority of Polish citizens rushed back to Poland, but Polish Jews mostly did not stay in Poland. They moved illegally to displaced person camp in the mostly American and also British zones of occupation in Germany, Austria, and Italy, and waited for the possibility to immigrate. By June 1946, there were about 220,000 Polish Jews repatriated to Poland. And until the end of 1947, about 150,000 left Poland already. It was the largest legal movement of the time called Riga. In Hebrew, literally flight or escape. And one of the main participants of that and assistant on the escaping process was Riga organization, which started its activity in 1944 after liberation of Eastern Europe. And I really want to show that so people arrived to DP camp, and after with Riga, they tried to immigrate to Palestine, Eretz Israel. Not all the repatriees were former Polish citizens. Some left the Soviet Union as repatriee spouses, their children, and spouses' parents. In addition, there were hundreds Jews of Soviet citizens from Latvia and Lithuania who did not have the official right to repatriate, but used the opportunity to escape Soviet regime to flee to the freedom. The majority of them were Zionists who tried to escape the Soviet Union and made Aliyah to land of Israel. They used phony marriages and falsification of documents. One of the main centers of Briha activity in the USSR was in Vilnius. There were additional centers in Lvov and Baranovichi. Lvov in western Ukraine, Baranovichi is in western Belarus. In the first half of 1946, several groups of Briha activists were detained at the Soviet Polish and Soviet Romanian borders. Members of the organization were sent to Gulag. After these arrests, the organized activities in the Soviet Union ceased, and during its existence, Briha helped a significant number of Jews to leave the Soviet Union. The purpose of this presentation is to show, on the basis of archival materials collected in different archives and testimonies, how a political treaty and specific historical circumstances, namely during the transition period in 1946, allowed Baltic Jews to find a way to escape from the totalitarian regime of the USSR, using the documents of Polish citizens and taking part in a legal activity of Briha organization. So we can say that when this process of Briha started, actually in 46, Jews were already under observation, and they seemed suspicious to authorities. And on October 2, 1946, the commander of the Counterintelligence Directorate of the Northern Group of NKVD reported, I'm quoting, "From the data we have, it is known that the chairman of Lvov religious Jewish community is associated with the Zionist underground, and he received money and instruction from the leaders of Zionist organization in Poland and instructions of sending Soviet Jewish citizens from the USSR to Poland," end quote. One of the Briha leaders in the Soviet Union was Samuel Joffe, so-called Mulka. You can see here the cover of the book written by his friend, and I'll elaborate more about him too, Yakov Yanai, and the book called Mulka. Mulka was born in Riga in 1918. He was an active member of Hashomer HaTzair Netzach, as youth Zionist organization before the war. In 1930s, he completed 3 years of service in Ullmann's army. Joffe was active participant in Zionist underground also when Soviets occupied Latvia from when they arrived in 1940. And when Germans invaded Soviet Union, very few managed to escape from Riga, and it was discussed already in previous presentation. People who were running Easter, and a few members of the underground Zionist movement managed to escape. Mulka Joffe, with his friend, fled from panic rather to Riga in June 27, 1941, but they both were wounded. Recovering from wounds, Mulka enlisted in the Red Army, and I think it's a very nice continuation of what Konstantin presented. Actually, but in the early months of the war, the Soviet authorities would not accept immigrants from Baltic states to the army, and his recovering was in Leningrad, but he managed to be evacuated just before the siege ring was closed in Leningrad, and he could choose where to be evacuated, and he decided to ask to be sent to Ashgabat, which was the capital of Turkmenistan Republic. It was the closest place in Soviet Union from his point of view to Iran, because his goal was to cross Iranian border and to reach Palestine. The plan was not successful, and wandering during the war in different places, he was also in Tashkent, where he met his friend Yakov Yankelovich, and he after that arrived to Moscow, lived at their relatives, and even started to study there. But after that he returned to Riga and managed to escape the Soviet Union already very early in summer '45 during the very unstable time. And finally he arrived to Poland, and after that to Italy, where he encountered members of the Jewish Brigade from Palestine. In a letter to his friend in Israel, written in Milan, September 28, 1945, he wrote, I'm quoting, "I can't be satisfied to just have saved myself while leaving behind hundreds of helpless people, and so I can't be quiet, I can't rest until I have done everything I can to save the remnant, even if that put me back in a den of the evil beast, with no certainty that I will get out again." In October 2, 1945, he wrote the letter to his friend Luba Golani, who immigrated to Eretz Israel before, and he wrote, "Among the Jewish survivors who have gathered once again in Latvia and others who are spread around Russia, there is a whole group of long-time Zionists who have been sentenced to prison, impulsion, or death for their attempts to cross the border. But despite these setbacks, most of them are not discouraged and are still looking for a chance to get out." End quote. Contrary to your belief, I need to mention the majority of these people were not sentenced to death, but many of them were sent to labor camps, and I'll mention that further. In early November 1945, Mulka arrived from Milan to Lodz, Poland, where an organization was being set up to help move Jews from Poland to Palestine. Jews from Lithuania were merged into the same stream, where it quickly became known, and they could escape USSR amid the crowds of Polish returnees. And I have to say that many of Lithuanian Jews at the time could speak Polish because they were from the territories allowed them, and also it was rather easy to climb that they were born in Vilna, which were Poland before the war, so many Lithuanian Jews could escape. In Latvia, however, no one was aware yet of this window due to the blatant state of anti-Semitism. Joffe urged the Polish organization to expedite the extraction of Latvian Jews. A decision was made to send Mulka back to the USSR for 3 months. A long stay would increase the risk of him being captured. In December 1945, Pavel Fishman, born in Bialystok, arrived to Vilna. Very few people knew his real identity. People thought he was an emissary from Eretz Israel. However, this was Joffe. Risking his own life, he returned to the Soviet Union using the falsified Polish passport. This was the beginning of Briha activity in the Soviet Union. Joffe and his close friend Yakov Yankelovich, later he changed his last name to Yanai, organized so-called Polish Way. With money supplied by Polish organization, Joffe and Yankelovich obtained false documents. Jews who wished to leave the Soviet Union received false certificates of former Polish citizens from Soviet officials for a bribe. They had also to pay all sorts of bribes because even getting train ticket from Latvia to Lithuania was a problem and involved travel documents. They also paid for renting the rooms or flats where groups of refugees would hide out while waiting departure. It could be in Lvov, in Baranovich, and in Vilnius. The majority of participants were members of Zionist movement and their family members. They managed actually to help more than 450 Jews from Latvia and Lithuania to exit from the Soviet Union. Though the exact numbers is unknown, there were many others who escaped via different ways, so to count exactly it's impossible. The activists were aware of the danger. Convinced of the importance of their action, they were ready to endanger themselves. This action was unique for the members of Zionist youth movement because of their strong desire to travel to Eretz Israel. In most cases, planning the actual crossing of the Soviet border in advance was impossible. Sometimes a group would be told to get ready just in an hour before leaving the city. Mulka and Yakov attempted to assemble the groups and have their documents issued as families. If possible, they also aimed to occupy entire compartment in the train, with the people avoiding arousing suspicions that these Poles, so-called Poles, did not speak Polish. Right before departure, refugees were given letters of introduction on tissue paper, which they had to keep well hidden and produce in this Jewish centers in Lodz, to Brichat Center. The contact with the Polish side was often one side, and they did not know how many people would be coming and when. And I also want to mention another group that it's not actually the topic of this presentation, but it's important to say that it was another group who also was trying to escape, and sometimes they contacted. I'm speaking about Chabad movement participants. The cooperation between two groups, Zionists and Chabad, was minimal. Their goal was different. The Zionist dream was Eretz Israel, while religious Jews wanted to live in their religious way of life, openly inside the community, to keep traditions, to keep kashrut, to provide their children with Jewish education. All of this was impossible in the Soviet Union, of course, and the source of financial support also was different, and this is important. Zionist movement participants received money via bricha from abroad. Together with that, as expressed Rabbi Moshe Levertov, he was one of the participants of Chabad movement. After arrest of Zionist leaders, Chabad movement had learned not to rely to anyone else and preferred to organize their own operation, cooperating with Bricha only when it was extremely necessary. The special court was established by Chabad, ruled to all were obligated to give up any money and jewelry. They had to a communal fund for food, accommodation, tickets, passports, and bribes. Actually, they were promised, it's like comment in aside, they were promised to receive money back, and they never received it, but they managed as a community to leave Soviet Union. So I want to speak about what's happened further. In 1946, several groups of Bricha activists were detained at the Soviet Polish and Soviet Romanian borders. Yov and Yankelovich were captured by NKVD on September 27, 1946, in Baranovich in Belarus, and in addition to them, several other activists were on trial. And Yana recounted, and I also want to mention that actually he gave testimony to Dov Levin. This is in the collection of Archives of Oral History in Jerusalem University, Hebrew University in Jerusalem. I'm quoting, "By our Polish IDs, we were the Fishman brothers, newly arrived from Fergana, Uzbekistan. Under the cover of darkness, we walked to the station. The minute we climbed and stepped on the train car, 4 huge men in civilian clothes sized up. Mulka shouted in Hebrew, Beseder. We had no illusions. It was the arrest we had been reading and waiting all along. So on arrest variety, I actually wanted to present that one of the sources is investigation files and consists of 8 volumes, not only about Joffe himself, but also about all his friends and participants in this activity. And in the arrest warrant of it was written on September 28, 1946, while attempting to travel abroad using a fictional document, as unknown person was detailed during interrogation, identified him as Pavel Fishman. A preliminary investigation has established that Pavel Fishman attempted to leave for the border together with now arrested member of the anti-Soviet Jewish nationalist organization Yakov Yankelovich, who carried out practical work on the preparation and transfer of members of the organization abroad, end quote. And here I actually want to mention very prominent language which is very much dry and administrative and very much Soviet language, how it was explained, what was their goal. The 2 arrested men actually were sent after that to Lubyanka in Moscow. An interrogation file, as I mentioned already, consists of 8 volumes, including Joffe and also Yankelovich, Zaydin Ilya, Gurevich Grainom, and Kroll Ilya. During many interrogations, Joffe told to an NKVD officer, and I'm quoting, "I have no personal connection with Ilya Zaydin regarding the criminal work. He was in contact with Yankelovich, who, together with me, was engaged in the illegal transfer of the Zionists to Poland for their further movement to Palestine. I carried out this work on the instruction of the head of the illegal Zionist organization, Raiņa, who was in Lodz at the time of my arrest," end quote. After several months of investigation, when they were transferred to Moscow, on April 17, 1947, Joffe testified. "Fishman was a fictional last name. I took it in order to leave for Poland. The goal was to leave the Soviet Union, the persecutor. Does it mean to treason to the motherland?" Joffe, "Yes." And you see here actually the photograph from the file of investigation of Fishman Pavel, who is Mulka Joffe. Yankelovich also had false documents with the name Fishman, and during investigation he was asked, "What is the goal of having false documents on Fishman's name?" Yankelovich answered, "I wanted to live illegally to Poland." The question, with who were you going to live together? Answer, "With my friend. We were arrested together in Baranovichi. He also had a false document with the name Fishman," end quote. There were many controversial and interrogations during the long hours of investigation. And finally, under the Article 58 of the Criminal Code, both Joffe and Yankelovich received 25 years of imprisonment and gulag. According to Soviet Penal Code, the well-known Article 58 was treason against the motherland. Other members of organization, including Zaydin, Gurevich, and Kroll, were sent to Gulag for 7 or 8 years. In the camp, Joffe resolved to carry out his old plan of getting out of the camp. He knew that a prisoner whose medical condition raised fear for his life, upon confirmation by a medical commission that he cannot be properly treated in the camp, might be released by order of the local court. In early 1954, he decided to go on hunger strike. And you see here one of the letters of his sister, Ruth Jakobson, who applied several times to Khrushchev with a request for Joffe's pardon based on the fact that he was seriously ill and he was really sick. And a year later, Ruth came to visit his brother, and he was in very bad condition. But the answer she received was, "We know that your brother is deliberately starving himself. He is a big criminal. We will send him to Khabarovsk, and there we'll treat him. Then we will reform him." So the requests of Ruth were denied, and Mulka actually died in prison in 1955. Yakov Yankelovich was released in 1957. He immigrated to Israel in 1961, and he became one of the leaders of Native organization in Israel, helping to bring Jews specifically from former Soviet Union. Majority of those who survived Gulag were released in 50s. Actually, the process started after the Stalin's death. And I want to mention that after all these arrests and investigation, the organized activity of the Soviet Union was over. But not only the leaders were arrested, and I want to present one more case, which is about participants who were not leaders of the process, but still those who tried to escape and were arrested by NKVD, sentenced and sent to Gulag for 10 years of imprisonment. Khmelnytskaya Sheina was one of these people, and she was deeply investigated during the winter and spring 1946-1947. Sheina was born in Vilna. When she was a girl, her parents took her to Latvia, and they lived in different towns. When she was a teenager, she was a member of Zionist organization Brit Trumpeldor until 1940. During the war, she was evacuated to Sverdlovsk in the Urals. She got married just before the war and gave her birth during the period of evacuation. Her husband was drafted to the army, and he was killed in the battle. At the same time of her arrest, she was a student of medical faculty of Latvian State University, living together with her child. Just a second. Okay, here you can see arrest warrant of Sheina, and the court accused her of, I'm quoting, being hostile to the Soviet regime and having close contacts with other members of the organization. She tried to betray the motherland and to flee to Poland, end quote. There are 2 volumes of Khmelnytskaya case. It was, and I wanted just to show briefly interrogation files. It's recorded very well, and it's actually cover the whole story and shows us what's happened there. It was revised only in 1954, and in the second volume we can see the review of the sentence, and it is recorded that Khmelnytskaya Sheina, being dissatisfied with living conditions in the Soviet Union, intended to betray the motherland illegally and to move to Poland. Anyway, she was released in 1954 and her sentence cancelled. From that time, she tried to immigrate to Israel. So actually, it was her dream just before the war started, and she did not manage to immigrate. So we just can imagine from 30s, it was 54 already, she applied to authorities with a request for immigration. Why, I cannot. Oh, no. Sorry, it's not that, this one. This is her file from so-called OVIR. This is Department of Visas. they had to give her permission to immigrate, and she applied each year, and permission she received only in 1971, when she was married the second time, and she could immigrate to Israel. All these files are from Latvian archives, but I need to mention that Yad Vashem has copies which can be used for researchers. And you can see here her permission from 71. I'm sorry for the quality, but it's readable when you close on the computer. So I want to mention that the largest Jewish community in Poland at the time was in Lodz. And so when they came to Lodz, already according to a Polish Security Office report, Bricha activities, including preparation of false Polish passports, were being carried out in Lodz in early fall of 1945 already. Throughout 1946, the years of the greatest flight of Polish Jews, it served as the overall center for Bricha in Poland. So during the investigation of Khmelnytskaya, she testified about Bricha activities, and I'm quoting, "In September 1947, an unknown woman arrived to my apartment. She was Jewish and told me that she could tell me her name. She could not tell me her name because of conspiracy, but she arrived from Lodz, and she knew my friends. She told me that she lived in Lodz and helped Jews to arrive from the Soviet Union in find and accommodation. She also said that she was in Riga several times already and helped many Jews to leave Poland," end quote. So Jewish refugees in Poland, with the help of Bricha, continued to make their way illegally to displaced persons camp, mostly in American zone of occupation in Germany, but they were afraid to tell the truth story where they were during the war, being afraid to be sent back to Soviet zone of occupation and sent back to Soviet Union, and that would mean for them to be sent to Gulag. So because of that, when we at present time looking at the files, we need to be really critical and careful reading these files. And I want to give an example of one of such documents of Chaim Gordon, who mentioned that he was born in Vilna, and because of that, he could request repatriation from Soviet Union, and being in Poland also apply for visa to some countries. Not everybody actually in the end arrived to Palestine, to Israel. So you can see from this file that Chaim was in different forced labor camps, and in Ghetto, firstly, and after that forced labor camps, and after that Stutthof concentration camp, finishing actually after the war being in DP camp Fürstenwald, and after that immigrated to Australia. But later in 1971, he revealed his true story, giving testimony to Yad Vashem in Yiddish. The true story was that he was born in Dvinsk, Daugavpils, Latvia. He was in Dvinsk ghetto, and after his escape to the other side of the Dvina River, he joined the partisan brigade in the Kazan forest. After that, he was wounded. He was in the hospital in Russia. So the story that we saw in this file is completely not truth. So the fictional story helped him to escape Soviet Union, and after that to immigrate to Australia. Later, some of these people did not tell the truth under the pressure of growing Cold War. Those who applied for American visas, for example, were interviewed, and sometimes their request was denied because they spent war years in the Soviet Union. In 1948, for example, the State Department Policy Planning in the United States published the document called The Utilization of Refugees from the Soviet Union in the U.S. National Interest, where it was written that Polish Jews who came back from USSR were undesirable for the USA national security because they were at risk of bringing with them Soviet communist ideology, end quote. So, to conclude, the post-war years for Holocaust survivors in the USSR were particularly uncertain and uneasy. Those who survived and decided to escape the Soviet regime met sometimes in numerous obstacles. Using archival documents and memoirs, we can trace how a political treaty and specific historical circumstances during a very short period, which was transition period in 1946, allowed people to find a way to escape from the totalitarian regime of USSR, using the documents of Polish citizens and taking part in a legal activity of Briga organization. In some cases, this was really dangerous and unsuccessful, leading to imprisonment and even death. In other, people managed to escape and to immigrate by a long but in very difficult way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sima, for this interesting presentation. And I have one, not comments, it's question, and two questions. Additional. First of all, about the technical question, you said that was Article 58 for traitors of the motherland. It was written for the document traitors of the motherland, because it's very sensitive for Jews topic, because most of people who were traitors of the motherland were collaborators with the Nazis. And 58 have many paragraphs, and it's very important in which paragraph they were accused.
Yeah.
And the question is, first of all, it is interesting whether Briga activists participated in falsification of Polish documents, or they worked only in the illegal crossing of the border lines. There was two ways of living of the Soviet Union, or only illegal crossing the borders.
Okay.
And the second question is interesting. Of course, it was true about Briga and about Chabad activity. My question is whether it is the real. We know about that it was two groups who wrote a lot about this activity. Whether there were another groups, and more very interesting the question, how non-organized Jews left borderlines, Soviet. Okay. Not only in this form, but not organized, because we know that many of Jews from Baltic states came from the United States, yes, and not to Palestine. And which way they left from Latvia, especially, and Lithuania, part that was not Poland, left the borders lines.
Thank you, Arkady. Not to forget what you asked me. I think I recorded somewhere about 58, Article 58. I don't remember exactly which point it was, but it was for sure for what I meant, treating the motherland, again the motherland. And it seems to me it was specifically for Jews in that case. Yeah, and also I suppose it was also those Jews who came back from former camps and were also sent to Gulag. It was the same article, if I'm not wrong. About the activity, they used money for bribery, and we discussed with Ilya. There were also court on non-Jewish people who helped them, writing for fictional documents for them. And there were also handwriting specialists who made false passports too. There were also kind of legal way. It could be false marriage. I mean, it's marriage, but it's not real marriage. Yeah, it's legal, but I mean, being a relative or of extended family of one of Polish citizens, people could leave Soviet Union. So there were many false marriages too. about Baltic Jews who migrated to the USA. I think one of the way was being sent to concentration camps like Dachau and Stutthof. They just didn't come back to Soviet Union. They arrived straight to DP camps, and from there they waited for immigration. In another way, I just talked to several people who made this way, and they told me they just ran away very early in summer 45. It was still possible because it was big unstable situation, and the border was not so closed. So maybe this was also the way, if I answered.
It's not so much a question, but a comment, and also continuing on what you said, because we independently with Sima, we work on the same topic. So if I remember correctly, it was 58.1a.
Yeah, I think I just didn't find. I think yes,
but we can check. So basically, Latvia has cataloged all political cases, so you can just look through the register. Concerning these fake documents, I think something important is that there were two categories of people who legally could evacuate. From Soviet Union, there was a special treaty, Polish-Soviet treaty on re-evacuation. These were people of Polish ethnicity, and these are people of Jewish ethnicity. And it was kind of connected with citizenship, but also with ethnicity. But from Latvia, also there were a lot of people who were evacuated, were repatriated, not of Polish ethnicity, but of Polish citizenship, although formally it was impossible. But this was a very specific category which you did not see in Belarus and Lithuania, but these were agricultural workers who came to work in Latvian agriculture in 37, 38, 39, and we're speaking of thousands and thousands of people, and among them, I was working on this topic, I went through long lists of these people who really are evacuated from, repatriated from small farmsteads all over Latvia, and then suddenly among them you find a Jew who is originally from, I don't know, Sandomir or whatever town, and it's absolutely inexplainable how he ended up. So most probably these are the traces of the fake documents, but as I understand, the main idea was not producing fully fake document, but that these NKVD officers, and we particularly know there was Major Ivan Karpov, who later was arrested. So they would fill in the already existing real evacuation blanks, and there was a whole row of these papers with the data provided to him. So it was not only the Jews faking documents, but actually bribed NKVD officers who would use the real stationery they had at their disposal for helping these Jews, if we can tell it this way. This is one thing. And concerning the Chabad and individual people, so I would say that also when Sima says Zionists who wanted to emigrate, there was a very strong distinction between left-wing Zionists, Shmuel Yoffe and Yakov Yankelovich, there were left-wing Zionists, and members of Beitar, right-wing Zionists, and I don't remember who of them wrote that we took with us this and that guy, although he was from Beitar, but we still did him a favor by inviting him. And the same was true with Chabad. So in Riga, it worked, as far as I understand, through former network of Agudat Israel, political party and society. And there, it seems that in the efforts, it was like decided that we can take on board 1/3 people from left-wing Zionists, 1/3 of people from right-wing Zionists, 1/3 from religious people.
Yeah, and we see that, for example, even a rabbi, one of Riga rabbis, escaped in 1946. But I think it's important what you ask about individual people, because we find a lot of files against people who try to emigrate, and against them there are no accusation of being part of this Bricha group or Joffe group. And we know that NKVD was very tended to create kind of a mega cases, so packing all the kind of stories into one big case. So we do not find any accusation of trying to escape together with Joffe. So it seems that there were several routes. And we see, for example, some of the people who are used to get out of the Soviet Union. Like, for example, there is a woman called Nechama Klioniene. She appears in many of these accusations as a contact person. We so far don't know anything about her. And then it seems that some people tried also to escape to Sweden. And we see it that people tried to go from Lithuania to, from Latvia to Lithuania. Because of whatever reason they decided it's too dangerous, and they try to go to Sweden, or the vice versa. So it seems that they tried to utilize all the kind of immigration strategies, and not all of them were connected to Bricha, but a lot of people knew about Bricha, and we see in the prosecution files that people hold the farewell parties, and we know at many of these farewell parties were a man called Percy Gurevich, who was a KGB agent. And later he denounced many of these people, and he was also arrested for revealing himself as a KGB agent. So it's a super interesting story. Really, it should be not an academic paper, but a Hollywood plot, Hollywood script. But so it seems it was more than activity just of a group from, Bricha-based Łódź group, but also there was a willingness of a lot of people to utilize whatever possible, and there were a lot of loopholes until probably late 46, maybe even early 47.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we need together to enlarge this topic. And I wanted to tell, I found it was Article 58.10 for...
It is traitor. They were accused as traitor of the...
Yeah.
And Ilya, a small question from me. About sensitive question about money of Chabad. Sima said about that it was financial support from abroad for Zionists.
It was self-organized financial.
What was Chabad? Do you know something about their money?
Not what I would remember now immediately. Also, I would presume that quite a lot of money would be generated, but this is, at this moment, that's my presumption. Would be generated through selling the packages that people received from abroad. So
as I know, it was actually self-organized. They collected from everybody what they had.
Yeah.
And that was how it's called.
Yeah, so my understanding, this was not the money coming from abroad, but this was the money procured in situ.
This is from the community, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, concerning the money from Bricha, my favorite story, there is actually in the Joffe case, there is a drawing of a suitcase with double deck, where he hid the money. There is a photo, it's absolutely like what today Russian propaganda does, like a photo, a mugshot of a pile of dollars.
Yeah, it's like in old films. It's amazing.
It's really something well worth being used at the exhibition. I'm sorry.
No. I only wanted to add just two more words. What is, I think, very special for Chabad community, they immigrated and they stayed as a community in DP camp. And after that, they moved as a community further. So I really hope to elaborate more this topic too, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, I just also want to comment. I think, again, this shows, I really like this paper because it shows agency, right? I mean, in the sense there's these powerful narratives and also stereotypes even of Jews being persecuted and constantly on the run. But here we see people really taking action, and really being very creative in a sense to really find a way to grasp and embrace opportunities. The second point is, I could have really used these stories for my book, so I want to highlight really the continuity and the historical dimension of this. It was really actually quite complicated to leave the Russian Empire. This is a big story, obviously the theme of Tarazara's book, Great Departure. So in a sense, it wasn't so easy to actually leave Eastern Europe before 1914, but it could be done. And I have countless stories and examples. I mentioned Boris Bogun. This is the joint official right after the First World War in Warsaw. So he's the head of the Warsaw office. So he left Moscow in 1891 because of this, basically this quasi expulsion. And he winds up in Liepaja, Libau. The Russian official in charge of Libau organizes, so everybody is corrupt, right? So he is the one who organizes his smuggling across the border. And he describes this in his memoir, which he published in the early 1930s. And I have many other stories. In a sense, pretty much every Russian official in this part of the Russian Empire was essentially in on it because they were badly paid. And it's really similar stories, only that going to Siberia was a little better. I have Laura Engelstein told me she has a couple of cases of people who were arrested when they went back to the Russian Empire, and then they were sent to Siberia, but it was usually like for 2 years. It's not comparable to the Gulag, right? But so there's a real long history of this, and I think that there are I always suspected that there are connections, that we are so much looking at periods that nobody looks at these, the memory of this, and it's the same people in some cases, and not everybody was murdered and killed, and there is a memory, and that you can arrange things, and you can change your identity, you can use false papers and so forth, and there are ways, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think the book demanded to be written crossing the Russian or Soviet border with bribe or smuggling. It's during, I think actually in Eastern European, especially in Russian history, the bribe is very prominent issue in all the sectors of life. So it also can be elaborated. Yeah, thank you so much.
This is so organized, and the way you've talked about these different populations and examples, it's really great. I want to make it more confusing, though, because I think that all of this is correct, but also that some of these people, how you point out that they were born in a different place. Like some of them might have actually legitimately had some claim on Polish citizenship, or have gone to high school or gone to yeshiva that all these populations were mixed together in certain ways. And also in terms of the creation of false documents, of course, many of the Polish Jews had lost all of their documents. So the same groups who were the Bricha and others who were being paid or not paid to create these documents were also creating documents for people who really had come from Warsaw. So there's just a lot of mixing going on also.
Yeah, I completely agree, thank you. I wanted to tell, of course, this huge group of Polish Jews who were in the Soviet Union, not many of them had actually Polish documents because of the way that they went through in Soviet Union, but there was a special committee actually, and they could arrive there and to speak Polish. And it was kind of evidence that they were Polish. And all these people didn't speak Polish. There were all kinds of tricks being inside the big group and presenting that people with disabilities who are not speaking or something like that. There were many tricks. There were, as I mentioned, they tried to to collect families, and it was also a case in Chabad movement. If the passport was for the family and the age was suitable for a girl and they had a boy, they put a dress to the boy, and you can see religious man who is praying and it's a girl among them. All kind of curious. Yeah, I think It's very, I think it's fascinating story, and there are many really curious small stories inside that should be described. Yeah, and thank you so much. I think I spoke to Polish people who did not leave Soviet Union, and I was asked why, and several told me we didn't have enough documents, we didn't know about that even. So for sure, not everybody had documents, and it was sometimes also an issue. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I see we have finished this panel. Thank you, Sima, for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Я закончила. Можно расслабиться.
Give us 2 minutes, huh? Anna? Yeah. 3 minutes.
sagen, es ist ja nun also nicht das erste Mal, wir machen das hier. Außerdem gibt es ja Donnerstag. Genau. Ja, weil deswegen bringt das nämlich bei mir auch. Hello, dear friends. I know the discussion after this last panel, I guess the first ideas for shared volumes are ongoing, which is great. But we have this acronym-laden part of the day in the program, and maybe some of you are wondering, what is ERI? Or what else does the USHMM offer for researchers? And so we thought that this conference is not just a great place to engage in discussions about what you are all working on, but also give you a couple of helpful hints, hopefully, for what infrastructures are available that will ideally also make your research easier, put you in touch with people. I mean, we obviously all know how valuable it is to bring people into a room and together, but you know, even if we return to our desks individually, it's sometimes helpful to know that there are people out there who are interested in similar topics, who share research interests, and who are sometimes just a click and sometimes just a flight ticket away. And so I'm very happy that we have two comparatively brief presentations, and one is on the European Holocaust research infrastructure, followed by a brief insight into other offers that the Mandel Center at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum is offering. But now I'm first and foremost very happy to introduce you to Ines Kölsch, who's gonna present and tell us a little more about the European Holocaust research infrastructure. Ines is not just here as a representative of ERI, but she's also a historian in her own right and has been a visiting professor at the Jewish Studies program at the CEU in Vienna, and also has been a research assistant at the Institute for East European Studies at the Freie Universität in Berlin, and also worked as a postdoc at the Masaryk Institute in Prague, where she, together with Michael Frankel and Martina Niethammer, only recently published chapters in Prague and Beyond, Jews in the Bohemian Lands. So also this is kind of your expertise, so questions about that later on are welcome. But here she is to tell us a little bit more about what ERI is up to these days. So thank you, Ines, for joining us.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, right. Thank you, Anna, for the nice introduction, and yeah, many thanks to Ilya Lenski, Svetlana Pogodina, Dan Newman, and Anna again for giving me the opportunity to present ERI here. And as Anna mentioned, I'm a researcher on my own, but now since the beginning of this year, I've been working as a coordinator of ERI at the Viennese Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Studies, and together with the deputy director of the Wiesenthal Institute, Eva Kovac, we are in charge with a project in ERI IP that aims to integrate new countries which haven't been part of ERI so far, and it's also why I'm here in Riga. Of course, we are very interested to get integrated the Baltic states because they are of great relevance for the Holocaust research, and yeah, hopefully the cooperation will be closer than it has been in the past years. Yeah, I will briefly tell you about what is ERI, the European Holocaust Research Infrastructure, that is actually at a crossroad at the moment. It was a kind of loose network or string of projects since 2010, but will be hopefully at the beginning of next year and on the anniversary of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, transformed in a permanent research institution, a European research institution. Afterwards, I would like to introduce the digital infrastructure of ERI and the services, digital services. And in the third part, I will talk about briefly the in-person services of ERI and the attempts to create a transnational and transdisciplinary community. And last but not least, I come back to the current state of art and the prospects of this permanent research institution in the future, or research infrastructure. And of course, if you have any questions, maybe at the end of the presentation, of course, there will be a bit time, but I also will stay until the end of the conference, and you can ask me. And also my colleague Anna, she's much more experienced with ERI than me. She can also answer questions. But I have to say, as Anna mentioned, even so I've been starting to work as a co-worker of ERI since the beginning of this year. I've been in contact with various projects of ERI for many years, thanks to my colleagues in Czech Republic at the Czech Academy of Sciences and the Jewish Museum in Prague. So ERI is a research infrastructure, and there are a few other social sciences and humanities research infrastructures in Europe. With some of them, ERI is cooperating. I just name maybe the two most known, Clarin, which is a research infrastructure for linguistics, and Daria, a research infrastructure to support digital humanities in the arts and humanities. What is ERI about? It's, the problems or the problematics of our field, or the dilemma, is the fragmentation of Holocaust resources, of sources, as well as of fragmented research communities. And ERI wants to overcome this fragmentation. And of course, there has been many progress in the past few years, but of course, it's not enough still. And the second overarching goal is to accelerate the digital transformation of Holocaust studies. Why ERI is doing that is, of course, we think that it's important to give new impulses or innovating transnational and interdisciplinary research. ERI wants to get into contact not only researchers or historians, but also experts, researchers from various disciplines, mostly from sociology, but also from literary studies, for instance, also archivists, librarians, and other experts in institutions which have collections related to the Holocaust. And if you look back 2 days ago to Germany and the elections, the regional elections, then of course we know it's still important to amplify the social relevance of the Holocaust across Europe. And we all have to think about how to do it better than so far. How ERI will reach its goals? It's providing virtual and physical access to resources. I will talk about in a few minutes. Also, of course, as I mentioned, create new communities of experts. ERI trains the next generation of practitioners and also tries to disseminate the results of Holocaust research to a broader audience. If you see this mission, I guess all of you know that there's also a second institution called IRA, which is not the same. And there are several cross lines, but there are also fundamental differences between ERI and IRA. IRA is, of course, a political project. It's an intergovernmental institution that aims to put the topic of the history of the Holocaust, or to keep the topic of the Holocaust on a political agenda. In contrast, ERI is a project of leading research institutes in Europe to initiate and to build up an infrastructure. ERI is supported by the governments, but it's not initiated by the government. So it's not a political, but a research or a science-related project. As I've already mentioned, ERI started in 2010, initiated by colleagues in NIOD in Amsterdam, by the Institute for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. And since then, NIOD and other leading research institutes in Europe are cooperating together. And of course, I have to mention that we are also supported by Yad Vashem and by the US HMM from the very beginning. So it's a Europe-based project, or a network and string of projects, but of course the interests go beyond Europe as well. there are these two pillars to build up a digital infrastructure, but also to enforce a transnational community via in-person interactions. I come to the first part, to the digital infrastructure and the services. This is a brief overview over the digital services ERI is offering. I won't talk about all, but will shortly introduce at least a part of these. And I start with the ERI online portal, because this is the core of ERI and the flagship, I would say. It's a gateway to Holocaust archival sources, and I will explain later or shortly after how it's built up. And it seeks to display the sources we can find in European archives and beyond Europe related to the Holocaust. At the moment, because it's in work in progress, it's constantly growing, this online portal has information about 2,000 or around 2,300 archival institutions in 63 countries and about closely to 400,000 archival units. And if you have a look by your own on this portal, then of course you will quickly see certain imbalances. It always is related to the cooperation to other countries and how much certain research groups put their energy into the digital integration or data integration. So we hope that in the next years, of course, this picture of or this gateway will be even richer than now. So actually the ERI portal has three main pillars, and the first one are the country reports, and I put this example of Latvia here. It means that you can find the main information about the history, but above all about the archival situation or the situation of institutions holding material related to the Holocaust. It can be museums as well and libraries, of course. In the case of Latvia, we have, I guess, five or six institutions that are registered, and we hope that in the future we will have even more, also smaller institutions. And here just a few examples related to the second pillar, to the archival institutions. Two of these six institutions, the main important, the Museum Jews in Latvia, and above all the National Archive, the Latvian National Archive in Riga, which has some of the, or many descriptions are from the National Archive you can find here. As one example, again, a collection from the Daugavpils municipality, and you will find all the archival descriptions for other holdings, for other smaller cities in Latvia as well. Of course, you who are experts in the field of the Baltic states, you know quite well this situation, but imagining you are coming from Czech Republic and dealing with the deportation of Czech Jews to Latvia, then it's really important to have this access in English and to get the information here in the ERI portal, because otherwise you would not know about this, and vice versa. If you are dealing with the history of Latvian Jews, maybe you can get sources in the Jewish Museum of Prague related to the situation of Jews in the Riga ghetto. So this is the idea behind this gateway or this database of information. And one important thing to add is that all these data are cross-connected. Of course, USHMM had digitized a lot of material and also gathered a lot of information about the collections in Eastern Europe, and in this case, then it is cross-linked to the USHMM. So just as an invitation for the future, you can have a look by your own on this portal. And of course, and another thing I would like to add that at the moment, the country reports are in revision. So at the end of the year, hopefully there will be also updated country reports. So coming to a few digital services or offers, and also another very prominent project is the document blog. I think at the moment it's been running for several years, and at the moment maybe we have around 90 blogs. These are mostly, these are written by scholars who work on a project and want to give a brief insight in their ongoing project, and mostly focusing on, but not only on the use of digital tools. So it's a kind of experimental field. Most of I think all of the blogs are in English so far, but in the future, within the next months, several blogs will be translated also in the vernacular languages, so that it is also available for the interested public in the given countries. Maybe another interesting information, after I did some inquiry in these blogs, in a geographical perspective, I think Hungary is quite well represented, and since for the past few years also Ukraine. There's a strong geographical focus on Ukraine, so you will find several newer articles or blogs about research projects by Ukrainian colleagues. And it's also an invitation for the scholars dealing with the Baltic states, because Latvia and also Lithuania are rather underrepresented, to contribute maybe in the future, and we would like to welcome you as well. As a visual examples, there are two by my colleagues from Prague, Michael Frankl and others who try, and from an Austrian colleague, Wolfgang Schellenbacher, who try to use, for instance, personal files of refugees in 1938 and connect them to geospatial data, and this way to visualize the movements in the border regions between Czechoslovakia and Austria. And then they wrote a blog about their project and about the difficulties and advantages of these digital tools. Another important tool, I would say also for teaching, are the ERI online editions. We have so far 6, 3 of them in English, 2 in German and 1 in Czech. From the topics here, we will find an edition about early Holocaust testimonies and also about the documentation campaign in Prague, as well as diplomatic reports on what is going on during the Holocaust, and 2 others about the history of Austrian refugees in 1938. There will be a 7th soon, and this is actually, we are together with my colleagues at the Viennese Wiesenthal Institute, we will publish, I hope in a month, a new edition about the history and the reception of the literary story or literary testimony by Szymon Wiesenthal, The Sunflower, and it's about it's connecting the historical sources about his experiences in the Janowska camp in Lviv, then the creation of this book, and then there will be also documents about reception of this book, reviews, but also school projects, because The Sunflower is one of the key documents or literary texts in Holocaust education that was widely used, above all in the States, to discuss the questions of moral questions of forgiveness. So it will be soon, and next year, hopefully together with my colleague in Prague, Michala Lončíková, we are preparing a diary of a Jewish refugee who was part of one of the Aliyah Bet attempts to get out of Central Europe across the Danube. And also these editions will be more in the ongoing years. Another service or other project ERI is offering, and this is more addressed to the broader public, but again, I also used it for teaching in English at university at CEU, is the ERI podcast. I forgot, maybe also the third series now, or the fourth, so I think it actually started during the pandemics to present ongoing Holocaust projects to a broader audience. It's an interview between colleagues from YOT and the scholars, and quite often focusing on an interesting document, and from this document starting to develop the topic and to get deeper into different aspects of the history of the Holocaust. It's again an example of the team of the Viennese Wiesenthal Institute about the sunflower. So this was made, I think, 2 years ago when the project about the sunflower edition started. And there are another episode, for instance, about the so-called no man's land, about the situation of Jewish refugees in 1938-39 by it's a project by Michael Frankl, dealing with the situation of Jews that were pushed, or of Austrian Jewish refugees that were pushed back by the Czechoslovak authorities and ended up in this no man's land. So these are very interesting examples that can be used also for teaching. There are also other educational tools, online tools. There's an ERI online course that exists of 8 modules. The EFZ was part of this team, besides Yad Vashem, NIOT, and Memorial de la Shoah. And these are like 8 online courses providing source materials for teachers, lecturers, and students. So it's again, you can use it on the website for teaching at universities or at various levels of education. A relatively new educational tool created by Yad Vashem is the ERI Massive Open Online course that started or was launched this year at the beginning of 2024. And it's focusing on certain types of sources. So there are 5 lessons so far. One about photographs, about diaries, letters, testimonies, and administrative sources. And again, this is a kind of interviews between leading scholars and colleagues from Yad Vashem. Then there's another online way of interaction. So also it started also during the pandemics, the ERI webinar. It's offered from time to time, I think every 2 or 3 months, depending on the availability of our colleagues. And these are seminars via Zoom, so all researchers from the world can join and discuss again mostly ongoing projects and discussing questions of the use of digital tools and of methodological problems and also technical one. Just as an example, before the summer break, we had an interesting webinar with Baris Kronakis from London, but he's a scholar dealing with Greek with Greek Jewish social networks in Auschwitz and using and applying digital tools to visualize these networks. And it's also interesting because he is like bringing back the story of Sephardic Jews into the historiography of the Holocaust. And the next webinar will take place in a few weeks and by the end of September. I come now to the in-person service, so everything what is not virtual, and the flagship here is the Connie Christel Fellowship, but ERI is also offering conferences, of course, seminars and workshops in person. Because, you know, the advantages of this virtual meetings like in Zoom, that you can get into discussion with others, but from time to time it's also good to meet in person and to be active at a certain or in certain localities in Europe. So the Connie Christel Fellowship are short-term fellowships in 19 institutions across Europe mainly, and it reaches from the NIOD in Amsterdam it goes from the NIOD till to the Center of Urban Study of Urban History in Lviv. So you can, if you're a scholar in Holocaust studies, you can apply for these fellowships and to get to know to a certain leading research institute in Europe, and also to get to know the collections there, but also to get into contact with digital humanists, for instance, in various places, and to exchange the experiences. And in UCAL, I'm not sure exactly when, but it will be in autumn 2024. From time to time, there are also ERI academic conferences. The last one was this year. It was a kind of retrospective gathering, just reflecting the past 14 years of this of ERI, and it was dedicated to the digital humanities, of course, and it was kind of finishing this first big phase, and before ERI will become ERI Eric or ERI Eric. Much more often there are methodological seminars of ERI. That means that there are certain scholars invited, and they are giving lectures to a very broad audience, from archivists and researchers and so on. And so these seminars try to get a broad group of people with various professional backgrounds, including also educators. As examples, a recent one, or in the recent past, we had a seminar at the Viennese Wiesenthal Institute at the beginning of this year, What's New in Austrian Holocaust Studies, Digital Tools and Methods. So there were various colleagues from whole Austria coming together and discussing the new developments in digital humanities in Austria. And the next one will be in Frankfurt am Main in November, and the topic is Holocaust and Exile, Approaches, Sources and Methodologies. And the National Library, the German National Library, with the Exilbibliothek in Frankfurt am Main, is inviting and will give an overview over their own collections, but also will get into contact with other scholars dealing with with exile and escape. There are also workshops that more about, or that are also a possibility to create new networks and collaborations across borders, not only in a national sense. So just to invite people from various countries in Europe and beyond to discuss new possibilities in researching and in applying digital humanities. The next one will be in Łódź in October 2024, and it's called Places and Spaces as Data, Challenges and Best Practices, and this is mainly organizing by colleagues from Prague and Łódź, dealing with geospatial tools. Another one, and this is a quite I would say an ongoing topic, was in Novi Sad in June in 2024, it was called Archival Basics, a hands-on ERI workshop for microarchives. And dealing with microarchives is one of the focuses of the foci of ERI. It means to give the chance smaller collections and also collections of private people to get more visibility for their collections. So this is, I think, it will be repeated by in the future. And as far as I know, also ERI is developing a tool for this kind of microarchivists to help them to digitize their material. And the second focus beside the micro-archives, which is an ongoing topic in ERI, are EGO documents, and there was a workshop at the end of last year in Graz in Austria about Holocaust literature and EGO documents and the interrelation of literary texts and EGO documents. So these are two topical things that will go on also in the future. So I come to the last point, to the state of art at the moment, or to the prospects of ERI ERIC. As I mentioned, it was so far rather a string of projects, and now it will become a permanent institution, and ERIC stands for European Research Infrastructure Consortium. So we will have an ERI ERIC. What is ERIC? So it's an international legal entity, a joint venture of EU member countries, but always with a pan-European interest. So there are also possibilities to be associate member or observer countries for where, also it's also offered not only for EU members. And the structure will look like this. So there will be a central hub, the central office in NIOD in Amsterdam. And beside the assembly and the board and the national coordinators committee, the most or the motor of this of ERI ERIC will be the self-governed national nodes. So each country which is interested in being or becoming a member has to build up a national node, and also these national nodes are mostly consortia. That means that several institutions join together and create this national node. In the case of Austria, the national node is made from various institutions, from universities, from archives, also small memorial projects and museums, and the head of this national node is the Viennese Wiesenthal Institute. And just as an example, these are 3 countries which already have established a national node, and this is beside Austria, United Kingdom as a non-EU, it's also a member of this of ERI ERIC, and Czech Republic. And the other one, I think there's no website yet, but I have to mention, of course, Germany with the leading institution of EFZ, and let's have a look. All these, I have to show you. I will call it medium purple, are already declared members or countries whose governments already signed the contract and pay or will pay the member fee of ERI ERIC. And this is again besides UK, Germany, Austria and Czech Republic, Belgium, the Netherlands, Croatia, Romania, and as soon as I know, and hopefully it will be Poland, which is rather light in the map, but it looks very promising. Poland will join, as well as Slovakia. And Ukraine already has a special status and will also constantly or continuously cooperate with ERI ERIC. And then you see the dark purple. These are the so-called newcomers, and this map was created by my colleagues in NIOD at the beginning of the year, and it's already outdated. So there are a few newcomers joining our group, like for instance Portugal, but also other countries in Europe. So we, in my project together with Eva Kovac, we try to build up a network of these newcomers, and there are countries like Lithuania and hopefully Latvia, which are of central importance for the Holocaust research. And then maybe you think, why Portugal or why Sweden? And maybe these are countries at the margins of Holocaust research, but I would say sometimes also overlooked, because these countries have, I guess, they have very interesting, on the one hand, a very vivid new field of Holocaust research. At the one hand, they open up new Holocaust museums dedicated to the Holocaust, or Jewish museums. but also there are a lot of those micro-archives of Jewish refugees, of Jews escaped the Holocaust. And so Portugal and Sweden, for instance, are also of a very, I would say, of a certain importance for us to open or to connect with the archivists, librarians, and researchers there. So, of course, you can ask me questions, but if you will have interest, then please contact the website, and you can also get the newsletter there. But of course, you can also write me an email, and I can get you in contact with the persons you are interested or the projects you are interested. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you again, Anna, for presenting.
Yes, it is, as I assumed, that in light of time, I would suggest that I just going to give you a brief overview on other USHMM activities, and then when we are walking over to the Jewish Museum, there will be ample opportunity also during lunches and coffee breaks tomorrow to really ask a lot of questions. And in full disclosure, Ines, I appreciate you pointing that out. Before my recent job change to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, I was also active in ARI for a number of years. So if you have questions, especially about what feels like 20,000 programs and offers, I'd be happy to also provide some input. But we really see this as a great chance, not just to give researchers a chance to familiarize themselves, but also to do capacity building. And I guess it's not too much to say that we hope we continue that for this project. Okay, I want to promise to keep this short and sweet. But first, yes, because oftentimes, or I could imagine that when bringing programs of the USHMM abroad, it's often easy to kind of overlook that there are plenty of other offers that the museum makes. And so beside this conference, that's been made possible through the generosity of Sheila Johnson-Robbins, George D. Schwab, Shulin Haas, and Arkady Suarenko, I wanted to dive with you into our 4 other program-based divisions that we have at the museum. And I know that sometimes also when looking at the website, one can get really amazed and carried away and lost on various different under websites. So I thought this is a great chance to really present you 4 different divisions that are dedicated to researchers with a small emphasis on North America, but also technically worldwide. So let's look at the international academic programs. One of those you're sitting in right now. And the goal is capacity building and supporting the next generation of Holocaust researchers. Our mission is to promote the vitality of Holocaust studies around the world. We do have a focus on key areas, and our programs expand and steward a diverse global community of partner institutions. And our goal is to cultivate and strengthen research networks and also support the production and dissemination of new scholarship. And a special focus, as you can see, is our work on Ukraine, where we utilize the museum's unique resources and expertise to foster and sustain a community of researchers, but also of university educators. And as I said, right now our core activities include the international conferences, you're sitting in them, and we also do host 2 international research workshops per year. These are hosted at the museum. They have a duration of 2 weeks, and every year and I don't say too much when I say in a couple of months we're going to have another call for topics. So this is really, if you have a topic on your mind that you feel like needs more scholarly attention, then you can hand in a proposal, and if chosen, then together with the museum, a call is being put out that brings together people who are interested in this topic as well. So, for example, last year we hosted a workshop on intermarriages, and this year one of the workshops that we just wrapped up was on humanitarianism on the margins of Holocaust research. So very broad, but also places where we hope to build networks and really give people a chance for 2 weeks to engage and discuss their work. Another one that probably a number of you are aware of and have participated in or are about to participate in is the Visiting Scholar program. And its goal is supporting significant research and writing about the Holocaust and related topics. I cannot stress enough that the fellowships are supposed to attract a large crowd of people who are researching the Holocaust from very many perspectives and also different disciplines. And it is designated for all career stages, starting with PhD students. The duration are 2, 4, or 8 months, and the next deadline is November 15th. I have been an unsuccessful applicant of the fellowship program, and don't worry, no one has to do a show of hands. It is an extremely competitive fellowship, I admit that, but when we say, and maybe you've heard my colleague Betsy Anthony say it, when we say don't give up if it doesn't work at the first try, we really mean it, because the advantage is really to be immersed in a group of scholars that come together and in those 2, 4, 8 months really make connections that will last your whole professional career. It's worth to try it again. And now I want to briefly talk about the campus outreach programs, and I have to say there is a disclaimer, you see it in bold. These are programs that are limited to people who teach at North American university campuses. The idea is really to use the I can say that, amazing collection of the museum as well as the expertise of people at the museum to create courses that then can be taught at American campuses. It is similar to also what I described about the workshop. The faculty seminars bring people together for 2 weeks to discuss their research, to have a chance to research materials in the USHMM's collection, and then basically create a course where they then also get critical and supportive feedback for teaching it back at their institutions. There are also the regional campus outreach programs, which really bring the expertise about the Holocaust to these campuses, where we really try to establish throughout the US a network of institutions where research on the Holocaust is taught, often in line of also figuring in the history of these places themselves. And last but not least, it's our programs on ethics, religion, and the Holocaust, abbreviated to a nice PER. And this one is really focused on fostering scholarship, teaching, and reflection on theological questions, especially raised by the Holocaust. This is of specific interest to people who are teaching aspects of religion. It's also a goal of bringing people from different denominations together and discuss questions that were basically raised by the Holocaust history. Also here there is an annual faculty seminar as well as research workshops and symposia. And I asked my colleague Rebecca Carter-Chen, and she said, do it. There is a very recently and not publicly available guide to religious material in the USHMM's collection. And if you are interested in that guide, then please approach me, because then I can give you the email address that will give you the access to this guide. It is extremely interesting that, I don't know, for people who have done research in the USHMM's collection, you get, for most of the things you put in, a lot of results. And before you kind of comb through thousands and thousands of results that you put in when you say, let's say, Christian, this guide that has been put together by Ion Popa, a researcher which we work with together quite a bit, that really gives you a neat overview of specific religions and collections that the museum holds in relation to those materials. And if this was basically an 8-minute breeze, I would really like to encourage you to take a look at the website, sign up for the newsletter, check out the fellowships, and also you will see those programs and calls and workshops pop up on a number of different sites, but the best way is always either to be signed up for the newsletter or visit fairly regularly the website of upcoming programs and calls. I will say, even we sometimes lose track of all the amazing stuff we put on. I can assure you there's going to be something there for you. That's what I can basically promise you. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to see you around. All right. Yes, and in light of time, let's wrap up and walk to the Jewish Museum.
Nice. Ich vergesse manchmal.